Hello everyone, we're here today. I didn't get started early, as you can see, it's 10 o'clock. But today we're going to be throwing the Anet A8 together. I have the loud ass Prusa fan blowing in the background, hopefully it doesn't pick up on the mic too bad. But we're going to be assembling the Anet A8 today. Hopefully we get the whole thing done and get a test print run out today. We have approximately 6 hours, about 6.5 hours. Hopefully that's enough time. I think most people were able to assemble this machine in that amount of time. I watched a couple assembly videos, or skimmed them at least, last night to get a little bit of a heads up. I did want to print out some of the instructions, but I have my trusty cheap-ass laptop sitting over here, so I have it to reference. And I didn't check the complete itemized list, but it looked like we had everything we needed. So hopefully everything is here. We're ready to go. The only thing I need to do first is I want to start a print. I have some things I need to print, so it's going to be running today while we're working. Hopefully it's not too loud, but let me get this filament loaded and get this print started, and then we will begin. And we need to clean the print bed. I forgot to do that. Alright. So, the first part of the assembly is the frame. And this all looked fairly straightforward. What's up, everybody? I didn't mean to ignore chat. Getting a cold? No, I just woke up like 15 minutes ago. My coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Yeah, let me check chat here quick. What's up, everybody? 601, Richard, Fun King. We have a decent crowd here already. I don't know why people like to watch build videos. I think you're all just sitting there waiting for me to screw something up, honestly. I did get all the paper off. I actually forgot to do it while my wife was still awake, so I ended up doing it from about 11 o'clock till a little after midnight. It took about an hour to peel everything off. And it wasn't that bad. It's tedious for sure, but once you kind of get the technique down of using your fingernail to start a corner, it's not real bad. Just make an effort to like wiggle it around so it doesn't tear around like the cutouts and stuff and give you a bunch of little streaks that you need to peel off. It wasn't that bad. Tedious, for sure, but not the worst. So we need our frame pieces. We're gonna do this as fast as we can. First question, why the A8 and not the A6? Because, I'll probably have to say this a bunch of times. I think the A6 is a better printer. Just objectively, I think it's a better printer. But I get a ton of questions about the A8 because it is so cheap. Like, this one was $160 to my door, and that's a price that's hard to beat. The A6, for instance, and I know there's different places you can get them, but I was looking on GearBest, and the A6 was like $189 plus about $30 shipping. So it's actually noticeably more than if you are running on a really, really tight budget. The A8's going to win for $160 compared to like $220, almost $230 for the A6. I need more space. I can see that already. The hell out of here. But like I said, I watched some videos of the assembly of this, and it doesn't look too bad. As far as like being difficult to assemble. So the first thing we need are M3 by 18s. Here they are. You end up using a ton of these. I think this is what most of the frame assembles with. So just dump them out and get them everywhere. And this printer uses kind of a unique way of fastening things together. You end up nesting these nuts in the little slots, and then the screws go into them. Which doesn't seem bad, I guess. And I do gotta say, I'm kind of surprised how thick this acrylic is. It's... I mean, obviously it's acrylic, it'll still flex, but it's a lot more substantial than I was led to believe it was watching people assemble this printer. So we got this piece and this piece. And I think these are the most fun parts because, like here, we just went from having nothing to part of a frame. So they just kind of slot in there. I guess I'll get my second cam in here in a minute. But let's get something together first. I wish I had a little torque driver. So we could kind of decide how many pounds of torque these need. And then do it kind of consistently across the printer. But no, I just thought the A8 was something I needed to do. Like, if I am going to be making 3D printing content, this is a printer that is going to appeal to a lot of people, like I said, simply because of the price point. And instead of just like reiterating what everyone else is saying about theirs, I wanted to just pick one up, see what I could do with it, and kind of get an opinion of my own. Damn it. I need like a little magnetic thing for these. Alright, let's get this other camera over here. I like how I purposely made a point to lay things out so I was ready. And I think all I did was got a bunch of shit in my way. Hey, what's up, Maker Noob? I was just saying about how I watched some assembly videos, and yours was one of them for this little project. Oh, that was like black on black there. But you can kind of see, hopefully you can see, that looks really dark. Is that too dark? Where is that camera at? Let's lighten that up a little bit. Is that a little better? You can see my hand, you just can't see the... Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it might be this monitor. So you can see there's like these slots here. You slide the nuts in. Hopefully you can see that. The black on black's not the best color scheme for visibility. And then the screws come from the front, and it just kind of pinches the pieces together. Which is not... I don't think that's a bad design. And I was kind of afraid of cracking the acrylic after seeing some people talk about, you know, how fragile acrylic can be. But this is very thick. These nuts keep going in flat. Let me get some needle nose pliers. Because I don't want to be wasting time playing with my nuts. Waka waka. Let's get all these in, and then we'll, yeah, that's a little bit tough. I'm sure it'll get easier as we do a bunch of these, but that is a tiny little slot to get those in. Waka waka. Totally unrelated, but my wife hates the Muppets, and it kills me. It's like, but they're funny. That nut's a little tight. Yeah, we're ditching this screwdriver already. Where is all my stuff at? I thought it was supposed to be prepared, guys. What the hell? I'm totally unprepared. Doesn't that figure? I normally have like a million screwdrivers down here. Now I can't find any. Now I have this long freaking thing. But at least it fits the screws better. Alright, so there's that side. Get these guys in. No, I'm hoping, like Maker Noob, I think you were getting, or Joe, I think you were getting fairly good results out of your printer after you know, got some mods and stuff installed. And I'm hoping this will be a worthwhile printer to have in the shop. You know, if it's not necessarily the best printer, that's still give me something to print things on that are just more functional. You know, that don't necessarily need to be beautiful prints. Because I do have an E3D V6 Lite coming for this, and I think between some of the structural modifications you can do and that it will be a decent printer. This is by far the one printer you want if you're a tinkerer. Yeah, I definitely get that impression. These nuts are kind of tedious. I didn't think they'd be that bad looking at them. Alright, so we're almost done with the bottoms here. Get these started before nuts fall out. This is, I need to tone it down. This is going to be a That's What She Said freaking extravaganza today. I guess I'm fine with that. Should go ahead and solder the heat bed wires directly to the heat bed. I do plan on doing that. I had talked before about wanting to run this for a little while before I do any modifications to it, but that's one of those things that I think that's like a safety issue potentially, not really like a mod that's going to improve, you know, the performance of the machine. So we probably will do, not probably, we will do that. I don't want to have anything crazy happen and fry the board or start a fire or burn my house down, obviously. Alright, I do wish I had a torque driver. I'm not super afraid of, like, cracking this because it is so thick. But it is a little nerve-wracking to crank down on these. Alright. I was going to say step 1. That's like half of step 1. So the other part are these top pieces. And it's the same deal with these damn nuts. Man, I'm not looking forward to doing a bunch of these. Hopefully some of the other areas are a little easier to get to. These are a little tedious. This is the only printer you have so far that could print the lattice cube at 50% scale. That's kind of crazy. Is it the other way around? It's not the other way around. Don't mess with me, guys. This is going to be bad enough already. Oh, it is the other way around. It's not upside down. It's just the wrong way around. Good eye, fellas. I was gonna say, don't mess with me. Come on now. I'm so focused on nuts, I can't think straight. Alright, we got that side in there. But, no, my plan is to, as soon as I get the money, I'm going to pick up an A6. So I have both machines to do a comparison. Because I think it's probably the case that if you can get the money together for the A8, you're likely better off just saving a little bit more. Because even someone, even like a younger person who's like operating off their allowance, that extra $30 or $40 is probably only a couple weeks of waiting. And for an item like this, I think you're better off not rushing. I think you're much better off getting a machine you're actually going to want to have, as opposed to just like rushing to get something. Because it is something that you're going to spend a lot of time with, ideally. Just in case you missed it, the H-frame of the bed needs to be installed upside down, to what the instructions say. Duly noted. It's always funny when instructions end up being like that. This wouldn't be the first printer that I've seen that has something like that going on. They've all been fixed now, but I think even the MK2 instructions had some things in it that were wrong when I assembled mine. Because sometimes, like, pieces change. Sometimes, like, the manufacturing process changes. And it takes them a little while to catch different things in the instructions. Alright, so we're done. Yeah, I wish. Okay, so that's step 1. Step 2 are these little brackets here for the top of the Z-axis. And I think the serial number one goes on this side. like such. And then this one goes over here. And it looks like there's only 2 screws holding that down. You got your poly smoother in the post? That's sweet, man. That thing looks cool. I haven't actually watched too many videos of people using it, but like the whole concept seemed really cool. I've only dabbled with acetone smoothing a little bit, and it's a little tougher to get the results you want than it seems like. The first print I ever acetone smoothed, I melted into a giant blob because I was expecting it to take way longer than it actually did. Because I actually used I used a little Tupperware container and the heat bed on the MK2 as my heat source. And yeah, it doesn't take an hour, guys, if you do that. Because I came back and it was just basically completely destroyed. This is working out pretty good if you have a pair of like needle nose pliers. Just grab your grab your nuts so the 2 flat sides are parallel with the tongs or your pliers, and you can slide these right in place without having to fat finger them too bad like I did with those first couple. The threads on a couple of these are kind of screwed up, I noticed already. Like this one, the end of that screw is a little messed up. Do you remember the frame on the Anet A8? I do, actually. That was a pretty cool, yeah, I do actually remember talking about that. Because I kind of had mixed feelings about it. It's cool for sure, and I'm sure it makes this a better printer. But if it's the same conversation I think it was, I remember we were talking about, like, at a certain point, you're probably just better off getting a different printer. Like, if you're going to spend, I don't know, $200, you know, making this a better printer, you would, at that point, be in the price range of a better printer to begin with. Like, you probably could have just bought, like, a Wanhao i3 or something. But, no, I think they're sweet. I would love to build a printer like that. I'd like to build a printer from the ground up. I think that would be a cool project. I'm going to see, I have some extruded aluminum rails coming for the camera slider project. I think that stuff might be coming today, actually. Today or tomorrow. So I'm going to do that. And I have a feeling I'm going to fall in love with the extruded aluminum rails just in general, because they're such a cool material to work with. Like, I'm pumped about the camera slider. I think that's going to look way sexier than it has any right to, because it's going to be such a clean build. So there's a good possibility that after I work with that a bit, that I'm going to get all gung-ho about building a printer frame. It looks a little dark. I can tweak that if it looks a little dark. I have a different lighting setup than I've had in the past, so it's very possible that it's on my end. Lighting is a pain in the ass, I gotta say. Some of it might be the black on black kind of thing. Maybe I shouldn't have worn a black shirt. In hindsight, with a black printer frame. Hopefully that's a little bit better. It looks like I can tilt the camera down a bit, too. Maybe that'll make it a little bit better. Let's tweak. Let's tweak it here, guys. There, hopefully that's a little bit better. It looks a little bit better. All right, so we have these things on. I think they're tightened up. This screwdriver is like comically long. Look, my hand's not even in the shot. Ridiculous. I need a white lab coat. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a band shirt and camo shorts kind of guy. Okay, so now we're going to take the Y-axis motor. We're going to put those. We have our Y-axis motor here. We need not that piece. We need this piece. Is that piece in here? Yeah, there it is. I was gonna say we're missing a piece. I think these were the worst to peel the paper off of. Alright, thanks for stopping by, 3D Maker Noob. If there's anybody here, I'm assuming most of you have checked out his channel. Maker Noob already did a video on this, if anybody wants to check that out. I'm sure his build process will be a little bit more refined than mine's going to end up being here. So if you want a little less chaotic build video to reference, his is always available. Didn't know Moby was a 3D printing fan. Oh my. It's not the worst. I've been told I look like worse people than that. I'll take it. So I think these are the pieces we need, and this little guy here. And then we need M318s. My piles are getting all jammed up here. We don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. We need M3 by 12s and M2 by 12s that are self-tapping. Where are those guys at? I guess that's these. I know, while we're talking about looking alike, 3D Maker Noob and I don't look entirely dissimilar, if anybody has noticed that. I don't think you have a goatee, though. Oh, this is another piece entirely. So now we're on this piece. Oh, wow, they really breezed through this step. Okay, so... Okay. The first step was actually pretty clearly spelled out. I mean, it's obvious what needs done here, but it's kind of funny how they just, like, show the pieces and then they show them assembled. So we need these end stop switches. No glasses either. And we need the Y-axis limit switch. It's funny all these pieces have names, but they're not labeled. Like in the instructions, they refer to them as if they're labeled, kind of. This thing is labeled. This is the Y-axis end stop. So we do need this. And the pictures are not great. What the hell? Okay, so this is oriented like that, and then we have our end stop like this. Luckily, we can switch this around if we need to, though. It's not like the end of the world if we kind of commit to a certain orientation and then have to change it later. I'm not going to over-tighten these. We can come back and snug all this stuff up later when we confirm that it's the way it's supposed to be. They could definitely use some better pictures in their instructions. I mean, it's not god-awful. So, I believe this is the way this is supposed to be oriented. We have our piece there, and then the switch is oriented like that. I think that's how they have it in the picture. So hopefully that's correct with the 2 self-tapping screws. So there's that piece. And then, of course, we have our frame rail, which I think this is... Oh, this is not symmetrical. Okay. So it's like this. I don't... Man, guys, I would not be surprised if we need to. I think it is oriented this way. And then we have... Our motor is going to mount to this piece. I don't know if it matters which way the cable is coming out of this. I guess we'll leave it down. I think this hole is for the cabling, so we'll leave the connector downward. And then I believe it's the 12mm screws here that actually affix the motor to the bracket. So go ahead and get those in. Is there a manual? Yeah, I have it over here on my laptop. They don't send you an actual paper manual. They send you a PDF on the little flash card that it comes with. So that's what I'm referencing over here to the side. I don't really have anywhere else to set a monitor, so I had to set it to the side here. And it's a little tough to gauge if your screws are tight enough in this acrylic. When you're as strong as a guy like me, you gotta be careful. Holes for the power supply cable. Yeah. Like I said, I wouldn't be completely shocked if we need to come back at some point and tweak the position of some of these things. So then our motor is going to orient like so. I believe, because they have this hole on the same side as the drive cog. So I think this is correct. So we'll go ahead. I think I'm going to slide the nuts in here first. And put my finger behind to kind of trap it in. And then set it on there and try to get the screws in from the other side. And we got them started. All right. That wasn't too bad. Snug these up. It's little things. Like, I am glad I've assembled another printer. This Y motor bracket is actually a little bit stiffer than the one on the MK2. That's one of the areas of that printer that a lot of people have upgraded with a little support piece. So, you know, people talk a lot of trash about this acrylic, but it's actually not that bad. You can see our piece is a little out of square there. It actually flexed a little bit as I was tightening it. Not flexed, but slid a little bit. So we're going to square this back up so we don't have problems later with our belt running out of true. There we go. Now it's nice and centered in the little square there. Very good. Still not perfect, but there it looks square there to this piece. All right, so there's that done. And then that leaves, I guess this is just a support piece. Oh shit. We need to put that in first. It looks like this piece actually rests behind the motor to support it. Which again, this was already a little bit stiffer than the MK2. So having a little support there is going to make it quite a bit stiffer. And I see now we actually can't have the plug there because it's going to hit this contact. So redo number 1. I assume it's going to have to face straight out. I guess it could face up, but we'll point the connector this way. Hopefully that doesn't interfere with anything, because they don't really tell you which way the connector has to be oriented. Oh, did they add a motor brace in the MK2S? Because I know the MK2, it's not super bad, but it does flex, especially if you have your belt over tightened at all. It will flex that Y-axis motor, and it can cause your belt and stuff to rub. So there we go. That fits a lot better. Again, the instructions would benefit from having a little picture like this to just show you where the plug needs oriented, because it cannot go down. I had kind of just instinctually faced it down to maybe hide the cabling a little bit more, so we can kind of keep it all low on the frame. But yeah, that would be helpful to have that in the instructions. Face the connector to the front of the printer. We know now. Alright, so we got our brace in there. We'll slide a nut in there. And get one of our M4s in there. Or this is an M3, I think. This is the M3 by 18. And there we go. That's actually a nicely mounted Y-axis motor, I gotta say. That is not too shabby. I guess we won't really know until we start printing something how this performs out of the box, but this doesn't seem like a bad platform so far. I'm not hating the acrylic as much as I was thinking I was going to. That's a nice solid little unit. I mean, that doesn't flex at all, basically. And it's certainly not going to flex under the little bit of tension that the belt's going to put on that. And being that the belt's going to be pulling this direction, and we have a nice block back here keeping the motor from actually flexing, I think that's a nice solid mount for that. So the last thing is the limit switch. And that goes right here. Luckily, like you can see, if we do need to flip this switch later, it should be easy to access these screws, hopefully. Get that in there, get a screw from the bottom. And we're in. Alright, moving along. There is our the rear of the Y-axis. And I believe that is it for step 3. Step 4 will be affixing this to the frame. Actually, I can switch cameras here. We're going to fix this to the frame. Wish I had a second table to have all this stuff on. So here's our frame. And it's pretty self-evident the way this goes. It's going to sit like this. And just mount to the back of our uprights. So just a matter of putting our 4 nuts and screws in here. Or nuts and bolts. I've had people criticize me for calling them screws. They're freaking screws, man. Well, actually, they're both. As far as I'm concerned. Let me shrink this window a bit. Been a while. Looks like you got a new toy. Yeah, obviously, we got an Anet A8 that we're going to throw together and run through its paces over the next few weeks. And it's kind of like an arbitrary number that I've been throwing around, and I'm not really sure if it's what we'll end up doing, but I'd like to put probably at least 100 hours of print time on this to get an idea of how it functions out of the box. Because I think, like Maker Noob said when he was in here, and a lot of people have said, this is a great platform if you're a tinkerer on a budget, but there's probably also going to be some people that, this printer appeals to that aren't going to want to tinker endlessly. So I want to have a good idea of how it performs if you don't want to spend a bunch of time like tweaking and printing upgrades and doing all that kind of stuff. So we're going to see what kind of performance we can get out of it without doing any modifications. And then we'll do some modifications that don't necessarily cost you money. And then after we do that, we'll kind of go stupid with it. We might even do the extruded aluminum frame at some point. Especially after I have like the Wanhao and stuff to have as a secondary printer. But yeah, we'll take it in baby steps. Because the whole point of me getting this was to have a little bit of content and a little bit of guidance and develop some opinions that might be of use to people who are totally new to 3D printing and are looking at getting an economical printer. Because there's a lot of people that, the MK2 is never going to fit in their budget, and certainly like none of the $2,500 printers are going to fit in their budget. So I think it'd be nice to be able to help some of those people out and, help them enjoy 3D printing without spending a ton of money. All right, so there we're on. This isn't terrible. I got to say, this frame is not terrible. And I know, like Angus has talked about how over time the acrylic can potentially flex more than it does when it's new, which might be the case. But as it is, it doesn't actually seem that bad, I got to say. All right, so we have this little block, and like some of these parts, I would recommend disassembling. It's this little pulley block. I would recommend disassembling this when you take the paper off, because otherwise you're going to get little pieces stuck underneath of some of the parts. And I think I'm also going to come back later and change the screw in this. The screw in this is a little bit longer than it needs to be. Not the end of the world, but I think I want to put a little lock nut on this, or just that, and maybe that'll take up the rest of the space. I'm going to put a lock nut on this, because this is... You really shouldn't have this tightened down, because the whole point of this is to have these bearings roll the belt. So this should either have some spacers in there so these pieces don't hit the sides of those flanges on the bearings. Or maybe have like a double nut on there so you can tighten this down without it actually pressing the pieces together. But that's a potential problem I spotted already just when I was peeling the paper off. This is not really ideal the way they have this. So just little things like that I think are worth keeping an eye out for if you notice anything like that during the assembly. Nilla, I have to ask where you found your shirt. I don't remember, honestly. Especially when I got this, Amon Amarth didn't have a lot of merchandise. I think my wife might have got this for me, actually. So she probably got it from one of those like big band shirt sellers. I don't know if you've ever seen those catalogs that have like the tiniest text and there's just like thousands of shirts on there. I think she got it from one of those places, actually. But yeah, I'm not of much help, unfortunately. But yeah, I do love the shirt. I wear it too much. I'm wearing it out. I usually wear it at least once a week, which is too much, probably. The bearing part is usually swapped for a printed belt tensioner. I can see that. I can see that. Because at the very least, I think, like I just said, I think you need to modify this. But yeah, it might be a better approach to just print a whole new piece. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it's fun to upgrade things. I think it's one of the reasons I love 3D printing so much. Like, even on a machine like the MK2 back here that's printing away, that you absolutely don't need to modify to get good results out of, I've still modified it quite a bit. Because it's fun. Okay, so that is ready. I guess we need to set that aside. Next is a part that, like for the MK2, there are drawings that people have made about the exact distances that, you know, your nuts and stuff need to be on these threaded rods. And I would imagine there's something similar for this printer, but I don't have it on hand. Get better belts because the stock ones are bad. Yeah, I can do that. That's actually really easy to do. Why are these ones bad? Are they just rubber? Rubber belts are the suck. These do feel really cheap. They don't seem to stretch. These feel more like plastic than rubber. But yeah, I can get some better belts. Belt material is pretty cheap. Especially like this, you probably only need... What, this is probably only 3 feet, maybe a little bit more than that. I wish I'd have thought about it because I had to get belt material for that camera slider project, and I could have just ordered a couple more feet. But yeah, this does feel kind of cheap. It's very plasticky. Okay, so for these rods, we basically have 2 washers in the middle that, very similar to the MK2, they're going to pinch this Z upright part of the gantry. So we have 2 in the middle, and then we're going to have 2 nuts. I'll walk that in a minute. We have 2 washers, 2 nuts, 2 washers, and a nut. And then obviously these will need placed a little bit better on here. This inner nut needs the whole way in. About like so. Because we'll be pinching the rear frame, pinching the center frame, and then pinching the front frame. So a nut will need walked the whole way in here. And this is actually a quick way of doing this, is just rubbing the... Oh, God. is rubbing the nut on your hand. So that, and then we have a nut and then 2 washers. There we go. Well, I guess we'll probably need to pop these end nuts off, but we'll leave them on there for the time being, because I think they actually slide through the holes of the end pieces and they're not slotted in. But we'll tend to that in a minute. We can leave them off of this piece, guys. Guys, I see the potential here, but we need to tone it down a little bit. What time is it? It's like noon. It's a little early in the day for nut joke number 8,000. We need to pace ourselves. All right, so on this one we'll just have a nut and then a washer, because yeah, it does appear that these go through the holes in those end pieces. All right, so that's ready. And then it's pretty straightforward. This is one of the parts that will need tweaked so we get our frame square. But like I said, we need to take the last nut and washer off the end of this. That will actually sit in the... goes through the hole in the back there. We need to walk this nut and washer forward to get on the back side of that gantry plate. We need to adjust our overall length here. Does it... I did see in a video at some point where I think you need about... is it 10 millimeters of bolt sticking out the back after you account for the space required by the nut? So we'll have to tweak all that stuff. We'll get these in place first. Alright, so there we have them in the back. And we just have them sticking out in the front. We'll have to take this front nut off. We'll get our front plate in here. It looks like these set in the lower holes. Again, it's pretty self-evident when you have the pieces here. Washer on the front, nut on the front. Hopefully it gives us some measurements at some point to roughly position these. More like 5 millimeters. Just got cut off from the net. Is it high noon? I guess it is. It is like 11 o'clock, yeah. Well, I guess everybody... it's going to be different for everybody depending on what time zone you're in. We do tend to have a wide variety of folks in the stream here. Okay, so... we've got that all in. It does not give us approximate measurements. Which kind of sucks. I think that's really important. I learned that on the MK2, how important those measurements are for getting things dialed in properly. Otherwise, your axes are going to be kind of out of whack. Oh well. So we need some M3x18s. We've got a bunch of those here. We need our bearing blocks and our smooth rods. It looks like we have 2 different lengths here. I assume we need the shorter ones. I assume we need these shorter ones. Yeah. Yeah. So we need to put our bearing blocks on here first. They're not too bad, and I think these aluminum blocks help reduce some of that noise that people complain about on the MK2. Oh shit, one of the rubber seals is pulled out on the this bearing here. That might need replaced at some point. The Eagles. I was watching a video, and it's always funny to see how different people pronounce Igus. And the guy I was watching called them Eagles. The Eagles bushing. Because it's very likely I'll replace these with Igus bushings. These smooth rods, if you can believe it or not, are smoother than the ones that came with the MK2 original kit. I don't know how the new ones are. I think they're supposed to be better than the originals. But these are actually smooth, and I think it's likely that the Igus bushings would wear nicely on these. But these linear bearings don't feel terrible. And like I said, I think these aluminum blocks actually help absorb some of that resonant noise that the metal on metal contact kind of generates. Don't assume the threaded rods are exactly the same length. We won't. I have some calipers here that will measure everything when we actually get to that point. Oh, I never put the nuts on the back, actually. But we'll try our best to square everything up. It looks like they give you exactly the number of washers you need. So be careful you don't drop and lose any of those. Scott, it is a little surprising to me that they have these blocks. Did I roll my rods on a flat surface? I did not. We can take a look at them here quick, since they're not affixed. I don't really have shit for a flat surface, unfortunately. They seem perfectly straight, honestly. Like if I know it's not the best way, but if I hold them together and roll them together, they seem quite straight. So, looks good. I know that can be an issue. That can be actually a serious issue. Because later down the road, you might think that your build plate's out of level or something. Use my cutting board. Well, the MK2 sit on the cutting board. And that piece of glass is actually not perfectly flat. I had that for quite a while before I realized that. Glass can have a curve in it. I know I was a little naive when I first got that. Yeah, it can be curved. Faux show. Okay, so the next part is getting these little M3x18s. These little stop flaps on here that actually hold the smooth rods in place. There's 4 of them, and I believe they just thread... they don't even thread through. The bolt goes through, and then there's a nut on the backside. Nothing too fancy. But I guess they work. I guess they work fine. Just a very, very simple approach. You think your pace has a black hole in the floor? Your place, I guess. Like, I'm in my basement here. It's pretty bad for losing stuff like that. I remember... what did I lose? A bit for my Dremel. I dropped that one night. I had some friends over, and we were doing some painting for, like, miniatures. And I dropped my bit, and I was like, okay, whatever. Let me get down here and find this quick. I still haven't found it. ridiculous. It's a little tight back here on the Y-axis limit switch, getting this bolt in. But it went in, and last one. I guess the way this is designed, if these little flaps are tight, and we have our smooth rods pressed between them, I guess we can get fairly close, because the smooth rods are the same length. I did check them. They seem to be exactly the same. We can probably get our threaded rod frame close. I think we can get it within reason. And then when we get to the point where it's obvious that we're done with the frame, we'll try our best to square it up. But it doesn't actually seem like there's a whole lot of room for getting it crazy out of whack, honestly. These things actually tighten up nicely. They work better than I was giving them credit for. I don't know. I gotta say, I'm kind of digging this kit, and I'm surprised. I was expecting to be a little jaded after having the MK2, but I don't think this is going to be a bad platform for a little printer. All right, I'm actually tightening these up pretty tight. I'm surprised. This acrylic is handling this well. I'm not getting any like splitting or cracking or any crazy creaking or anything. Okay, so those are fairly robust. So I'm actually going to finger tighten some of these nuts. And get them roughly positioned. I'm going to loosen the ones in the middle and try to get the overall length from front to back approximately correct. That does not seem bad, I gotta say. Seems like a decent little platform. All right. Very good. Okay, it looks like we're moving on. So I'll finger tighten all these. We'll come back and tighten these up, like legitimately. All right. Not bad. Moving along. So now it's having us take the plate here for the belt, and like Maker Noob said when he was in here, apparently this is backwards because they basically instruct you to put those things on the bottom here. Like we have these plates and then this plate on top. And the picture's actually telling us to put these on the bottom, but apparently we're supposed to put these on the top or we have clearance issues. So we're going to take Maker Noob's word for it here. And we need our M4 by 14s, which are in this little bag here. Illegitimate nut. The front plate is not symmetrical. Do I have it on right? I'm going to say no. Actually, looking at it, I'm going to say no. It doesn't line up with the Y-axis motor. Is it really asymmetrical? Let me get a ruler. Damn it. Ain't that some shit? Why don't they mention... Did they mention that and I didn't notice? Okay, so it's like about 11 millimeters to the one side. And then about 10.5 millimeters to the other side. Shit! Yeah, it looks like I need to swap it. Damn it! We were moving along good, guys. Thanks for pointing that out. I do not think they mentioned that in the instructions. Oh, we need to take the whole thing apart. Damn it. I mean, luckily it's not the worst. We just got to switch everything to the other side of this bracket. Son of a bitch. Yeah, they either didn't mention that in the instructions or I didn't take note of it. I'm not surprised. I'm not at all surprised we're going to have to redo a few things here. Damn it. I guess I'm glad we caught it now, instead of like going the whole way till we're done and we're putting the belts on and we're like, hey, this doesn't line up. I'm just gonna like hold that over. Yeah, that's where we need to be. Well, no, or was it fine? Son of a bitch. I think is it asymmetrical? Which way does it need to be? Because we do have some room on the shaft back there. Because it looks like it's about 106 millimeters from the one side to the edge. And then about 103 millimeters on the other side. Does it mention that in the instructions? Let's go back and take a look. Because I do want to have... It does not mention that. I think in the picture you can see it's a little bit offset to the one side. Damn it. Let's measure... What's a point of reference we can take here? From the side of the smooth rod to the pulley, it looks like we have about 87 millimeters from one side. Let's see what we get here. 87. Damn it. It's 104. Well, I got 103 3/4. If you want to fight about it. So which side would that be? I assume you mean the right side looking from the front. I am measuring it. Mine's 103 millimeters. But we don't have to fight. Make love, not war, right? Actually, it's about 103.5. I assume you mean right from the front. So we'll go with it. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, and our nuts stayed in there. That's fantastic. Hey, what's up, Aspie? What do you need, man? You sent me a blank message. Lube the bearings. I can do that. I can do that, guys. And this has been mentioned in videos before. This is the oil that I use for linear bearings. This stuff works pretty good. It's a 3-in-1. Well, the brand name is 3-in-1, but it's a PTFE based it's a multi-purpose lubricant that contains PTFE. I guess we should say. But it is best to lube these before you install them, even though it's a little bit messy. But it will save you a lot of pain in the long run to have these lubricated well. And it does cut down on the noise a little bit. It's not significant because this is a very, very thin lubricant. But it'll make these wear better, and it'll cut down noise a little bit for those who have an issue with noise or live in a place where you can't have your printer noisy as all hell. Yeah, and they do make a spray version. Where's my other ones? Oh, here they are. The best, I still think the best lubricant is the Super Lube, but that stuff is expensive. So I couldn't justify buying it, especially considering like the trivial amount of lubricant you need for a 3D printer to keep it maintained. Because even the smallest bottles are pretty expensive. Very good. Hopefully we're keeping the masses happy. Alright. We'll go ahead and install our end cap things here while we have it off, because it'd be a little bit easier. And it is just as I feared. This black acrylic shows fingerprints like it's being paid to. I was kind of worried about that, and it definitely is the case. Because I know it looks kind of weird, but I was considering leaving the paper on, because it actually doesn't. It has like a weird, pleasing appearance. With as tight as the paper ends up being to the plastic, especially along the edges, because I think this is laser cut. It actually has like a wood-like appearance. It looks like it's cut out of wood. Which kind of has like a pleasing ambiance to it. Alright, look at these back one. Let's get back to where we were. Let's get back to that point when we were all happy and thought we were making good progress. Very good. Okay, we're back where we were. We are back to the future, as it were. Look at you with those $64 words. I actually have a decent vocabulary. I never really have an opportunity to use it on a 3D printing channel, but I'm definitely a nerd. I've read a lot. I got some words. I just don't want to obfuscate what I'm talking about by shrouding everything in a bunch of words that nobody understands. Okay, so we're back to this. We need the M4x14s, which we have here. What else was in there? The M4x8s and M4x14s. So these are kind of fatties. Everything else has been M3 and M2 so far. And this is aluminum. I haven't threaded these in yet, but be careful with aluminum. It's easy to do something to threads in aluminum that you're going to regret. So I would go very easy. Make sure they thread in properly before you start cranking down on them. These all seem to be okay. Are these the right pieces? I don't understand exactly how these clamp the belt on. But these have to be the right pieces. Oh, the belt. Okay, the belt. Okay, I see. The belt goes underneath of these, not between them. I see how it works. These actually just clamp the belt. I was thinking they somehow pinched it between them. So I was like, I don't understand how that's going to work. Get rude calling them fatties. This video is going to get flagged. I'm fat shaming. I'm fat shaming these screws. It's not acceptable. Everybody knows screws don't hold as well if they're triggered. Okay, so we have that on there. The opposite of the way the instructions tell us to put them on there. So it looks now like we're going to attach this to the y-axis. So we're getting on our way to having something that looks like a printer. All right, again, this is fairly straightforward. There's 4 bolts in each little holder. I almost did it upside down, or right side up, as it were, according to the instructions. But as you can see, each one just has 4 little screws that go in here. These are the M4 by 8 millimeters. Line your holes up, and then the blocks underneath are threaded, so they should go in pretty effortlessly. You shouldn't have to force these. And we will not tighten all these up until we get them all in, so we don't have any problems aligning them. But they should all kind of self-align, because our axis on the y-axis should be fairly close to where it needs to be. It's probably not perfectly square. Yeah, these line up nice, so we're pretty close to where we need to be. You can see over here, these ones are actually lining up nicely. So we're doing something right here. Let's just pop all these in place and then we'll tighten them. Since they line up so well. Even that rear block is lining up nice, so yeah. Everything's gonna be alright. Dude, you are not building this right. Am I not? Well, I guess the thing that matters is that does the belt clamp? It looks like the belt clamps on the underside of the y-axis plate. Or do you mean? Oh, do you mean as far as squaring? Yeah, we'll do that, man. Calm down. Don't get upset. Take a breath. Get used to the way things work around here. We'll all be fine. That's what I thought. So I do need to use all 4 belt clamp pieces. Again, you have to bear in mind that the instructions are terrible. Because if I'm supposed to use those, it does not at all indicate that. Item, Y-axis belt fixation clamp. Quantity, 2. And I do see in the picture that they're thicker than is indicated by the pieces that I have. But yeah, you gotta keep that in mind, man. The instructions are terrible. So don't be freaking out on me, man. I just drank like 18 ounces of coffee. I shouldn't be the calm one here. Leave it on there. The black gloss acrylic is ugly. Yeah. So again, I'm not really cranking these down. We're just kind of getting them in place. That honestly moves nicely. So I don't think we're like wildly out of square or anything. Okay, so let's let's get some measurements on this frame here. We're gonna, like, again, some of you are probably gonna cringe watching me do this, and that is what it is. I'm kind of used to it at this point, but we're going to try to square the frame up reasonably well here. Some of you guys, I would love to see some of you stream anything and deal with people stressing. I've talked about it before. The way you do things when you're streaming with an audience and the way you do things privately with you know, the knowledge that nobody is paying attention to what you're doing is quite a bit different. It is a very different experience. All right, so how do we want to go about this? Again, the instructions give you no advice whatsoever as far as like squaring your frame up. So let's try to get this. I'm going to lose my mat here. We're going straight felt. We're done with our lubricant for now. We will need it for the other linear bearings. So this is not a perfectly flat surface by any means. It's not bad. But I guess we'll start at the back here and get the bolts kind of even. And we can go ahead and tighten the rear of the frame here, I imagine. It's 12 millimeter, of course it's not. So we're going to use their stupid little wrench and an adjustable. They should have included 2 wrenches, really, for tightening these double nuts. It's essentially impossible to do in a sensible way with a single wrench. Because if you don't have 2, you're going to end up like walking the pressure one direction and not the other. What's the difference between the Anet and the Finibot? I don't know. I really don't know much about like the whole clone scene. We got the wires free now. It might have been pinched at first, but we got the wires free. So we're going to tighten this back corner up. We'll kind of get these as our fixed points in the rear. And then square everything up with the gantry and the front frame. All right, not insanely tight, but that's pretty tight. That is definitely not loose. There is no loose butthole here. We probably should. You're probably right. We could pop the smooth rods out. And the nice thing is it's not actually difficult to do in this printer. We can simply loosen these little flaps here, rotate them out of the way, slide the rods out, and then take the entire assembly out without really doing too much work. If you kind of see, we just flap those open, slide the smooth rods out, and then pull them out the front, and we can take the whole Y-axis assembly out without too much bother. Very good. Alright, so we're secure in the rear. We got Type B hole. And then it looks like the frame is... about 137 millimeters is what the actual frame pieces are from edge to edge. So we'll just keep that measurement in mind to make sure we're not flexing the center gantry plate by tightening it. And then, yeah, I don't know exactly how to go about squaring this up. I do have a longer ruler I can get. I have an 18-inch one here. There aren't really great reference points to measure from on this. You want to square... Oh, okay. Behind the tall piece. I see what you're saying there. Do an front left to back front. Yeah, I mean, that's how you square things up. But the thing is there aren't really great points of reference here. I guess we can go from that corner to this point here. It looks like we're at about 100 and... 400, and I would say 7 millimeters. Or 417, I'm sorry. 417 millimeters. And then about 415 millimeters. So we'll flex it a little bit this way. This is not ideal. Why don't we go from there to here? So we're about 410 millimeters there. And then about 405 millimeters there. So this needs to come in. I guess we need to get our distance between the plates kind of closer than they are currently before we worry about squaring it up. And again, it doesn't give us any reference measurements for this. So we're going to go about 220 millimeters from the gantry plate to the back of the front plate, just as a starting point. Looks pretty solid. And we'll get this side kind of close. And this side's actually about dead on that, so that's probably not a bad place to start. So that's pretty close. That's kind of just a pulled out of my ass point, but we're at about 220 millimeters from the front of this plate to the back of this plate. And then we'll check the overall distance. There were about exactly 365 millimeters. And exactly 365 millimeters from the front of the back plate to the back of the front plate. So that's not a bad place to start to square this up. So again, we don't have really great points of reference here, unfortunately. So there were about 408 millimeters from that arbitrary point to that arbitrary point. And then about 408 millimeters from there. I think we're pretty good there, actually. I don't think there's a whole lot of wiggle room in this design. Obviously, you can get it out of square. Congratulations for unexcellent content. Well, hello to you too, sir. Suck a fat one. It's like the difference between having 60 people in your stream and 80. You get all the nice people when you get a bunch of people. All right, but I think we're at a good place there. So we'll snug these up. And remember, we already have the back tight, so it's just a matter of trying to tighten these up. And you want to rotate the nuts both directions, so you kind of keep that plate centered instead of walking it one way or the other by tightening one side more than the other. You love that reply. I'm a very... who was it? I was on the phone with Earl Miller, and we were talking about like my actual personality compared to how I try to behave on stream. There are times when I could be on a when keeping it real goes wrong, like Chappelle bit. I'm a very upfront person. I keep it real. Might need a mod if it hits 100. I'm not like too bad for banning people. Like unless I won't mention the things that'll get you banned because it's just going to encourage people to do them. But I'm on like the libertarian end of the spectrum. So as long as people aren't doing something egregious, I really don't care. All right, so I think we'll double check our measurements here, but I think that's actually pretty good. We might end up needing to loosen the centers here and make sure they're seated. I should probably go ahead and do that now and make sure they're seated as low as they can be in the frame. Nillabean, are you a scientist? I am not. I am not a scientist. I am just a mister. If you're going to give me a title, that's probably the only one I deserve. Oh, so these were bottomed out. Okay. All right, they were actually fine. So we'll leave well enough alone on the other side. I'm the love doctor. I'm not. My wife can confirm this. I'm not the love doctor. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put our Y-axis assembly back in here. Again, not a big deal. Slide it through the back. Pop it in the front. And we'll re-affix our little flaps. And our smooth rods are perfectly flush with that back plate, so that's probably a good sign. But yeah, it's starting to look like a printer. Obviously got a little while to go yet, but not a bad start. Well, I guess we should go ahead and put those second set or that second set of belt clamps on the bottom of the Y-axis if we should. I should write some of this down and have some build notes for people to reference. Because stuff like that, like the instructions they just don't tell you that. And it's not at all apparent. I thought that when I was looking at these because I doubt there's anywhere else that these go. And when you look at the picture, they're about double the thickness of these pieces. So I'm not surprised that that's the case, that you need both of them in here. So we'll go ahead and put those in. Because I'm guessing it must clamp the belt between a pair of these, as opposed to clamping it to the plate. Your dad has a Prusa i3. It's kind of weird the way things are named nowadays. Like, saying a Prusa i3 really doesn't say much of anything about what printer you actually have. because basically everybody that sells this style printer calls it a Prusa i3, because that's like the design of the printer, not so much the brand. But I mean, there might be exceptions, but most of the i3s I've ever seen, they're pretty much all capable of putting out decent prints if you put the time into tweaking them and getting them like set up reasonably well. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's a form factor. It's not really like a brand. It'd be kind of like saying you have a Delta printer. What do you work with other than YouTube? I've been basically self-employed for like the last 10 or 12 years. I do all kinds of stuff. For the last few years, if you can see all the Nintendos and stuff, I've been buying and reselling like retro gaming stuff. I mod consoles. He invents legal highs. I do not. There's pretty good money in that, but that's not an industry I've ever been engaged in. Do I think the A8 is more rigid than the Prusa? Oops. Maybe? It's different. It's different. Because like on the Prusa, like if you just grab this y-axis frame or z-axis frame and push it backwards and forwards, you can flex it, but you can't flex it side to side. This one, you essentially can't flex it forward and backward, but you can just a tiny little bit flex it back and forth. So it's hard to say. Some things, like I mentioned that earlier, the y-axis motor mount I think is way stiffer on this design than it is on the Prusa. And I know they've addressed that with the MK2S, and they've kind of changed the way it mounts on there, but as it is, like I like these big acrylic pieces, at least for that motor mount, over like the approach that Prusa has. Oh, Power Glove. Can you see that in here? Oh, I guess you can kind of see the bottom of it there. That Power Glove works, too. I bought that non-working and fixed a couple of the components on the board, and it works now. Absolute bullshit controller that I would never recommend using outside of, like, doing it for the lulz. But they are so cool to have. They're pretty much like a cosplay item anymore, more than like a controller. Alright, so we can go ahead and tighten these down. I think we're kind of satisfied with the frame at this point. Man, between the shiny black acrylic and that PTFE lubricant, I have fingerprints everywhere. So I'm going to have to get some microfiber cloth and wipe this thing down when we're done. The screwdriver is so ridiculous for this assembly. I wish I could find my regular one. I think my wife used it and let it lay somewhere. To get it rigid, yeah, it's... I'm surprised more printers don't actually build their frame with the extruded aluminum. Like, just like the base design. I guess it's a cost thing, but I don't know. I would be interested to see, especially when you're doing it at a production level, like sourcing that volume of stuff, how much you'd have in getting an acrylic frame like this cut compared to doing it in extruded aluminum. Because it would be a huge selling point. Like, you'd obviously be able to charge more for your printer, and it would be, I don't know if prestigious would be a good word for it, but there would be an incredible amount of inherent appeal to a printer that came with an extruded aluminum frame. Even for people that would just want to buy the frame for other projects and stuff, I think there'd be a market for that. Father Haribo. I thought it was funny, the Maker Box, I have a subscription to that. They included the little micro bag of Haribo in this month's box. I thought that was funny. Okay, so moving on. So we essentially did step 9. We got our bearing blocks in place. Okay, so we're actually going to put the belt on. Alrighty then. I guess we're going to see if it lines up now. So again, I think the picture's wrong here. Maybe it's not. So the belt's going to go under. We can get the second cam here. Adjust the focus a bit. So the belt, I believe, is going to go like under the front roller here, under the entire assembly, under the drive wheel on this, and then I believe clamp underneath the bed like that. So hopefully we have enough belt here to give us a little bit of a buffer if we cut it wrong. Because if not, that's pretty much the end of the assembly until when we get to the x-axis. What do the instructions actually say about cutting the belt? Belt is for X and Y axis transmitting. Cut the length you need to each transmission shaft. Belt is 1.5 meters in total, and there's 10 to 20 centimeters left after assembly. Okay, so we have some buffer belt. So I'm going to overlap that a bit. If we do have that much buffer, I'm not too worried about it. You can see I'm just going to bring this basically to the front of the plate, pull it relatively tight, and cut it a little before the other edge. I think that should be plenty for getting this tight. This belt does suck. I can see already, like, it's going to have to be pretty tight to actually contour around those things to keep it tight. It's going to be interesting to see how much of a pain this is to get nice and tight. That's going to be a little bit more than we need, but if we have 30 centimeters of extra belt, I don't think it's an issue. Because if we roughly look at the x-axis, I think we still have plenty of belt. Like they said, we'll probably have 15 or 20 centimeters left even after we cut it for the x-axis. So we'll set that aside. I guess the first step will be to clamp it in, I suppose, the front. I guess that'd be the easiest way to do that. We'll clamp. Let me get this situated. And I apologize if this camera's ever out of focus. The autofocus is the worst. So occasionally it might be a little out of focus since I'm doing it manually. Okay, so we're going to loosen this first block, and I guess we'll start there. We'll get it clamped in there nice, and then tension it into the back. The back one. And I know from the MK2 it can be a little bit of a job to get this to track straight. I still need a little looser. Still needs loosened. So hopefully, I have a kind of bad angle on this. Try to get that centered as best we can. Let me move the mic here. That looks reasonable. Get that centered as good as we can. Try to get it coming out of there as straight as we can. Because the straighter this tracks, the less wear we'll end up putting on this belt over time. Get those a little tight, and then I'll have to move this to the side where I can actually tighten it. All right. So you kind of get what we're doing there. We've got it going into the block. That actually is off-centered. Yeah, that's like super off-center. I had a bad angle on that. Let's get that straightened up a little more. Okay, that looks reasonable. So we'll get it sort of tight, and then I'll move it to the side here and tighten it down pretty good. You looked at this printer and opted for the Hick top. Yeah, I have like no experience with the Hick tops. I don't think I even know someone who owns one, so I don't really have any opinion on them. I've heard people talk about them that have had, you know, a decent experience with them. But I really don't know anything. I've been, like, as most of you know, I've been an MK2 owner for like 6 or 7 months now, so I don't know a whole lot outside of that. That seems okay. I'm kind of worried about stripping the aluminum out here. Which I think I might have done a little bit. I think I stripped that hole. I think I stripped that hole out a little bit. So, I might come back later and actually put a nut through this. It's why I hate threaded aluminum. Threaded aluminum is so easy to strip. Interested in retro gaming? Do you play on a CRT? I do play on CRTs, pretty much exclusively. With the only exception being, I have what's called a retro USB AVS. The retro USB AVS is like an NES clone that outputs 720p HDMI, but it's not an emulator. It's actually like a hardware clone, which is why I like it. I've never been really big on emulation. I think it's fine, but I've never really got into emulating things that much. I'd always prefer to have the actual console. I can see already why people print a belt tensioner. This belt sucks, and I think it's going to require quite a bit of tension for this belt to actually produce consistent prints, because of how it doesn't really want to flex that well around the end pieces. You can tell already I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But we'll go ahead and get the second one in here. I wish I had longer bolts right now, because I would go ahead. I would recommend. Again, I wouldn't really consider this a mod so much as assembling it right. I would, if you have the bolts, I would go ahead and, these are 14 millimeter, go with like a 16 to 18 millimeter bolt and put a nut on the other side, because this threaded aluminum is really, really easy to strip out. I basically did it without even trying. Just trying to snug these up, and it basically did it. It might actually be, if you don't want to do that, I don't know. I won't comment too much. I don't know yet. We'll see how this one goes. If I strip this one out, which I'm not going to be surprised if I do. Not a fan of this design already, I can tell. But that's kind of how it goes with printers. Like, even though I seem to like the rest of the frame, I'm kind of hating this already. This is this is going to be a pain, I can see, to get this tensioned. That's why like I said, I can see why people print a tensioner for the front there. This kind of sucks. This is awkward as hell to tension this. That's a little loose. I mean, that's getting close to what we want as far as tension. That's a little loose. It's actually helping that I have the belt a little bit on the long side here, and it's coming up, and the teeth are actually biting into this a little bit, which is helping me tension it without it pulling back through. It's not quite what we need here. We get slightly different pliers. A tensioner would really help there, because we're close. Like, that's almost how much tension we need, but we need like another tooth or two to go through there. Let me tighten this just a tiny little bit so it's less likely to pull back through. And if we can get like another tooth or two of this belt, I think the tension will actually be fine. It's a little too tight. Oh, I need like a third hand here. I think that's actually about the amount of tension we need. If I can get that to lock in. That actually feels pretty good as far as tension. This will probably loosen up if I had to guess by the feel of like the cheap material this belt's made out of. And it unfortunately is not centered in that block, which kind of sucks because with the exception of it not being centered properly, I think it's basically where we need it to be at as far as tension. Make sure it's tracking out of the block straight. We're going to have to move our pulley. I think the belt tracking across the blocks is okay, but I think our pulley is going to need adjusted on the motor, which isn't surprising. That's kind of to be expected. And I can feel that stripping out already. Those bolts have almost no tension on them, and they're you can feel the threads giving a little bit. All right, so if I get a straight-on shot here, you can see we're tracking kind of correctly across the blocks themselves, but then the pulley is probably a quarter of an inch, couple millimeters out of position. So we'll go ahead and adjust that. That is not the right hex wrench. That is not the right hex wrench. Maybe that first one was the right one. I just had it at an angle. Did they not give us the right size hex wrench? I think they didn't give us the right size for the grub screw. That's fine. I have some right here, but that could be a problem if you don't have any on hand. I assume it's this size. That is not. What the hell size is that? There we go. The old double grub. I think, yeah, the CR10, I think the CR10 needs a little bit less love than the A6, and then the A8 needs a little bit more love than the A6. Because I actually had planned on picking up a CR10. I need to move this so I can make sure it's tracking straight. It's sort of not, honestly. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not bad, I guess. That's close enough. This is something we can always tweak later. You don't have to be overly concerned with the belt tracking at this point. It is easier to do right now than later. Watching Nillabean assembling the Prusa, it's quite daunting for a $700 kit. It's not too bad. I mean, all of these kits are very similar. Like, obviously, they all have their little idiosyncrasies, but something's wonky about that back pulley. I hope the motor doesn't have a bent shaft. It's kind of got a weird motion to it. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's got a weird wobble to it. Kind of an odd, not so fluid motion. Hopefully that's not an issue. Because a little wobble like that will introduce a little bit of inconsistency in the movement of your Y-axis, and that would probably translate to some of your prints. Why not buy the pre-assembled Prusa? Yeah, $200 is why. Because you can have this printer. You can either have Prusa assemble your printer, or you can get an MK2 and something like this. Like, I know for some people, $200 isn't, that much money, but like, for me personally, $200 is not ideal to be throwing at somebody for something I could do myself. I did find something out today. The flat cutters I bought kind of suck. The blades actually want to overlap when you cut with them. So that's kind of funny that my Chinese 3D printer kit came with a nicer pair of flush cutters than the ones I bought from Walmart. Not that Walmart's like known for high quality tools, but anyway. Next is attaching the actual build plate. And this solder joint, I think we're going to resolder this joint on the bottom of this. This is not good to me. So we're going to get the soldering iron out, and we're going to resolder this joint. This does not look good, in my humble opinion. The only problem is power. I'm afraid to hook it in over here, because I don't want my power strip to kick. And it's a bit of a stretch over here. Alright, so let's take a look at this. I think you'll be able to immediately see why I want to address the solder joint here. This is a very fragile connection that they have currently. And I just want to improve it a bit so I don't end up having problems with it down the road. Hopefully you guys can see that. That is... It looks like the one side is okay, but this side is barely touching anything. And I just want to clean that up and flow a little bit more solder over that joint. Nothing too crazy. Just want to make that a little bit better than it currently is. Because that looks like that was a piss-poor electrical connection there. Same with the other one. The wire is like it probably functions, but that's barely centered on that pad. Let me get something to push that over with. So we'll center that wire in that pad a little bit better. And it's still a little ugly little area because it's so small. But I feel just taking a minute like that, I feel a lot better about that connection now. I think that looks quite a bit better than it did when we started. Those are actually as secure as they can be given the size of those pads. I feel better about that. And we'll go ahead and clip these extra leads on here so they don't cause problems. There's no reason to have those little leads hanging out. Alright, I feel better about that. It's not something you might need to do, but that took, what, 30 seconds? I think that's time well spent to make sure things like that are tended to. Like, mechanical problems can be a pain in the ass. Electrical problems can cost you your house. All right, so we got that tended to. Now I'm assuming this has standoffs. Yeah, that's what these little acrylic pieces are. And they're in the little baggie here. I like how all the bags are labeled A8. Every single one of them. They're labeled for, like, boxing purposes or packaging purposes, not actual, like, assembly clarification. Okay, so we have our springs here. I assume this is part of the equation. We have our springs. We have wing nuts. And then I would assume fairly long screws. M3 by 30s. And they are in this package here. Alright, so we need 4 of these M3 by 30s. And we got our springs, our risers. And it's pretty straightforward after you get all your pieces. I assume the thermistor connector is in the back. And I think this is where people were talking about... I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that people had suggested actually soldering this connection as opposed to using the connector. And I guess we can actually do that right now. Where did I buy my... It's GearBest. I think the link's actually in the description if anyone's interested. But this is... You can see this connector here is what actually connects. Obviously, the connector connects. Which way does it go? It doesn't seem like a terrible connector, but we can go ahead and solder these on. Because I've seen quite a few people say that this eventually fails. So it's, just so we remember the wires, it's black, blue, green, red. Black, blue, green, red. Black, blue, green, red. So we're going to go ahead and chop this connector off. Black, blue, green, red. We don't want to get that wrong. Chop that off. I guess I shouldn't have put my soldering iron away. We'll get that back out. Luckily, because I'd actually turned that off, this Heiko 888 soldering station heats up in about 15 seconds. Like, I just turned that on. It's already at 450 degrees. Freaking love that thing. Was it black, blue? Damn it, I forgot already. What was it? I guess I do have the connector here. Black, blue, green, red. Okay. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me, guys. This is important. This is probably going to be kind of fun to get the connector off. Oh, I don't have any solder wick either. Shit. And this is a big old contact here. Well, did you guys... I guess we could solder onto these leads as opposed to taking them off. Because it might be really hard to get this off without any solder wick. Yeah, because even this iron at 650 is struggling to melt that because the whole build this whole build plate acts as like a heat sink. Yeah, that might be more work than it's worth. I could use the desoldering gun, but I think even that's going to have a hell of a time heating that up enough to melt. I guess we could try flowing a little bit of solder on it. That might loosen it up. What did I do with my solder? There it is. This isn't... I mean, this isn't a tiny tip. This is like a medium small. Let's try flowing some solder on that. That will probably help. But I agree, one with a little bigger thermal mass would help. But you also got to keep in mind, like the average person is not going to have an iron that's better than this. So we might end up just soldering to these leads to save the frustration. It's not the worst solution, and we do have that little plastic shield there to help keep that from fatiguing. We can go ahead and shrink wrap these. Shrink wrap. I have a box full of stuff somewhere because I had it out working on that Arduino. Damn it! What did I do with all that? Guys, where's all my shrink wrap at? Here, I found a little piece. This is enough to get by. It's not the ideal size, but we can. It's good enough to keep things moving here. I can always come back and address this again later. Okay, so we have our wires here. We need to strip these. I have my cheap-ass wire strippers. Make this a relatively easy undertaking. Definitely not thick gauge wire when those interconnections. I think those inner ones are just to the thermistor, so I guess that's fair enough that they're not huge. Size doesn't matter for a lot of things, but it does for wires. Or at least that's what I tell myself. All right, so these are reasonably prepped. We just strip them, put a tiny little bit of twist on there to keep the braided wire under control. And you always want to slip your heat shrink tubing on first, because you can't come back and do that later. So we're going to cut our tubing. Going to cut our tubing to length. Probably 5/8 of an inch or so should be enough for these connections. Something about like that. Do a little more on these longer ones. Alright, so again, we'll slip our tubing on, slip it back out of the way, and then we'll come in here and solder these. And again, that's the way our connector goes on. So we're going to do the red wire to this pole here. And we'll get some solder on both of these connections first, and it'll make it a lot less frustrating when we're trying to actually make the joint in a minute here. Get that to flow in there nice. So the wire's prepped. And we'll go ahead and prep this prong. And this will be a little tough to do with a cheap soldering iron, because this is a fairly large hunk of metal here that you're heating up to get the solder to flow on. There we go. They're prepped. You doubt it will solder on the connector? Hopefully it will. I don't see why it wouldn't. We are going to have to make sure we prevent strain on this connection. But I still think this, even doing it like this, will be better than having that connector on there. Get both sides heated up. And we've got a pretty solid joint there. That's not going to break off or do anything crazy. Shouldn't start any fires. We've got to prep all these wires. I didn't do these yet. Same deal. We're just heating the wire up, flowing some solder back through that braided wiring. Makes it a little easier to do when it actually comes time to make the connection. Same with these. And I don't have, I mean, I would never claim to have like the best soldering skills ever. I'm moderately competent at soldering. Good enough to get by, I would say. Connector goes like that. So our green wire is next. Go in our sort of middle pin here. And these small ones will be easy to get a good connection with. Like that's a pretty solid connection there. I'm happy with that. Then our blue one's next. Get that wire bent the right way so it's laying flat. Again, you just want to kind of get the solder flowing on the pin and then bring the wire in. And we're good to go. Same with like, oh, my tube fell off. And then last we have this black one. And this is one of the thicker wires. This one's a little tougher to solder just because it's more mass that you have to get heated up, but overall it's not bad. Yeah, 12 volt. Like I wish more printers would go to a 24 volt approach because it's a lot safer. I know it's like counterintuitive for people who don't understand electricity, but like Jai said, 12 volt sucks because it's twice the current for the same, you know, functional amount of power, and it just has a lot more tendency to create heat and cause fires and damage. Oh, my cord keeps getting caught. All right, here we go. There we go. That should make an excellent connection. I'm actually going to reseat this red one, get it a little farther up on the connector. As you can see, even this iron, I think this is at 650, which is a little on the hot side. Being that this wire is so big and that piece of metal is so big, it takes a little bit to get the solder to flow. So if you're using your little Radio Shack iron, be prepared to spend some time getting this to heat up. Come on, man! All right, there we go. All right, so that looks acceptable. We'll probably zip tie these into a nice little bundle, and I think overall that's ideally it's nice to solder directly to the plate, but like we put a tab in a zip tie. I agree. We do need to make sure that this doesn't get strain on it. And we'll have to address this later, I think, as to exactly how we want to prevent that. We'll move our shrink tubes up here to keep these connections covered. These obviously won't add any strength or anything, but it just makes it a little less likely you'll bump any of these and get a short. I focus a little better. And yeah, shrink tubing is really easy to use. It's a little bit of fire. And this tubing's a little bit big for those thin wires, but it should still do the job. Very good. That's not too bad for an idiot like me. I think that looks acceptable. All right, so moving on. It's going to be like a personal thing if you feel comfortable. Epoxy over the exposed solder. Yeah, you can do that. That's not a bad way to go. Like I said, it would be better if we could have removed this connector entirely, but my iron just doesn't have a big enough. I don't have a big enough tip. Story of my life. And like I said, we're going to pull these into a nice bundle. So we'll go ahead and do that now. I've got some nice little 4-inch zip ties here. We'll pull this into a nice little bundle. Make sure these wires aren't fatigued at all. And try to prevent as much wire strain as we possibly can. And we're not gonna put any fatigue on these outer thick wires. We're just gonna bend them in so we can pinch all these together. And binding them like this will prevent, you know, any excess fatigue on any single wire. We'll make sure they're not like tangled or overlapping in a weird way. Zip tie that nice. Cinch it up. And we'll actually put a second zip tie behind that. Chop that off. Again, making sure our wires are kind of nice and organized. Take our little 4-inch zip tie. Pull it tight, chop it off. Easy enough. And you see, that gives us a reasonable little bundle there, that where this isn't going to, you know, snap off if it does manage to bump into something. We're not going to get any weird chafing on our cables or anything. Anyway, moving on. Heat bed wires tended to. So we were at the point where we're going to mount our bed. And we'll go ahead. This is fairly straightforward. We have our 30 mil bolts. They're going to go down through the heat bed. We have a riser and then a spring, I believe. How does that go on here exactly? Oh, I guess we don't have those risers. Really? I guess those acrylic risers are not in there. It's actually just the spring. We have our screw, our spring, and then a wing nut underneath. Do we have a wing nut? These are the bed's threaded. That's weird. Yeah, the bed plate is actually threaded. I guess the wing nut is just to kind of double nut that effectively. So seam on all the corners. It actually makes it fairly simple because we can just thread these bolts down into the bed itself, and then we'll put the wing nuts on when we have all of them in place. And we'll do the back. A lot of people drill out the bed. I can see that because I'm going to go ahead and do that actually. The double threading is just going to be a pain, honestly. All that really matters is that wing nut that's going to be fighting the pressure that the spring puts on. So I think I am going to save that frustration and go ahead and drill those out. Because that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to do it the way that they did it. So let me grab a drill, and it looks like that's about 1/8 of an inch. .332. Is that about what an M? Yep, one higher. Looks like a 7/64. And it'll take a little, you know, basically nothing to drill these out. This is 7/64 bit. We're just basically going to strip those threads out. Because this bolt, it's going to be a little bit easier, and we need a little bit bigger hole. It's funny, that's what I said first was 1/8 of an inch. I don't have any metric bits, unfortunately. Alright, yeah, I think that makes more sense to me. Because we basically want that screw to float through the bed itself, and then have the actual distance be set by the wing nut counteracting the pressure of the spring, because these springs are fairly strong. So I think I'm happier with that. All right, so let's get this back here. Got our bolt going through, and now our bolt should slip right down through that. Yep, slips down through there nice, and you see, basically we just have the spring pressure and this wing nut that's going to be dictating the bed height. And I think that's going to be a lot easier to deal with than trying to tighten your wing nut and having that thread in the plate fighting you. That seems to make a whole lot more sense. A nut under the bed, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea. You're right. But I'll run with just the wing nuts. Probably even like a lock nut under there. Wing nuts, ugh. You have bad experiences with wing nuts? Yeah, there might be extras. Luckily, this is something, if you do want to come back and do that, it's no big deal. You can just pop the wing nuts off. And last one. Where's our last spring at? Oh, no! Is it here and I just can't see it? Oh, there it is. No, it's not. There it is. I was going to say, hell, I hope I didn't lose that spring. I do not have a replacement. Oh, I can't get this one started. Alright, so they're all of them except this back corner. I can't, why isn't that bolt going in there? It's funny, I gotta use the camera. I can't see over there. I can't see why the bolt's not going in the hole. There, I was gonna say, I drilled that out, didn't I? I think I did all 4 of them. The basement monster strikes again. You adjust it from the top with the screwdriver, not the wing nut. Yeah, I can see like double nutting them. I don't know. I don't know. This is all a learning process. I might come to regret drilling those out, and if that's the case, that's the case. Put some hair around it. Is that like the poor man's Loctite? Threading some hair in the joint. All right, so that's mounted. This is obviously the first build plate I've ever had that mounts like this. I've seen them. I don't think bed leveling is that big of a pain. Just like understanding like how it works. I know a lot of people complain about it with these kind of build plates, but I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so finally we're on to step 11. Let's get some of the stuff cleaned up from these previous steps. I don't need wire strippers, don't need the adjustable. Wonder what the rubber bands were for. Oh, that's right, they were holding the cables together in the bags. Don't need a drill bit. We don't need our soldering iron, I'm going to put that away. Do need coffee. All right. Will I be painting the Anet black and orange? I don't plan on it. I guess you never know. I could do all the parts that I print for it in kind of like the Prusa orange. It's like the ghetto Prusa. Okay, so next we need the pieces to start assembling the Z axis, which I think is all these little plates here, these funny shaped things, and then the 2 actual motor mount plates. These appear to be the same exact pieces, just mirrored. And it looks like the motors are offset to the inside, with this little hole beside the big one facing outward. Yeah, I think pretty sure that's how they go. I wonder, should we put the plates on first, or should we mount the motors? Because we have our two Z-axis motors here. I'm wondering, I don't want to do the same thing where we try to mount it a particular way. So it looks like there is a relief in the frame for the connector and the wire, so we're going to face the connector towards the Z-axis uprights. So we'll go ahead and mount the motors here. And I'm pretty sure this uses the 12mm M3s. So go ahead and get the motors mounted in the plates. I guess we should. It doesn't really say. It doesn't say what order anything should be done in. I'm just going to put 2 screws in this now in case it is the wrong call to put it in now. Looks like we need a nut in this to attach it to the frame. So we'll go ahead and attach it to the frame first. Which way does this go? I guess it goes this way. Yeah, I was going to put it in the wrong direction. So it goes long ways out. The shorter dimension should be up and down. Otherwise, it'll lift that center gantry up. Now here's where the long screwdriver comes in handy. Yeah, made that easy. Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and mount the other one in place. And then put the top plate on last with the motor. Oh no, it looks like I'm thinking we should assemble this as an assembly. And then put the assembly on, because otherwise we're going to have these kind of insert pins fighting each other. So I think we'll go ahead and attach the top plate to the 2 sides. And then put the whole assembly into the frame. I think that's going to save us a little bit of bother. You can get auto bed leveling on the Hicktop on Amazon. You're not the first person to say that. I think somebody actually said that earlier this stream, that said I look like Moby. Thanks, I guess. That's one of those, like, things that I don't feel good or bad about it. It's like, Moby's not the best or worst looking guy in the world, so okay. I'll take it. It looks like the motor is not going to be an issue being mounted in here, so we'll go ahead and put the other 12mm screws in here. And tighten those down, as they should be. And then I think we'll go ahead and do the other assembly also, since I don't think it's going to be a problem. Because this will just slot right into the frame then. And I'll show you a close-up on the other side. This side I can't really do that, but... And again, like we've been talking about rigidity periodically as we go along. This is a nice little assembly. I think this is plenty rigid for holding the motors. This thick acrylic, you can see it's a little bit thicker on this top plate than the sides, but the way it joins together with the pins and the screws is I think, acceptable. I don't think you're going to have too many problems with this. And you can see there's the hole the motor comes through, and then the smooth rod upright, and this will go on the right side looking from the front. And then you can see these go together really easily. This one will be mirrored. This will be the left side from the front. So this will be towards the outside of the printer. These pieces just come up like this. Nice little assembly. And then our motor sits in the middle. Pretty straightforward. The longer piece is the only problem with rigidity. Yeah, it's these long uprights that don't have anything on the face that cause the problem. That's why, like when I was watching Maker Noob assemble the A6, that is a really solid frame because it's more or less the same approach, but I think these pieces are continuous up across the whole thing, and it gives you like a nice T kind of frame, and it seemed really solid. Arguably more solid than the MK2. I wish you guys that are regulars know I'm like a glutton for punishment when it comes to like tearing things apart. I think it would be pretty funny to take the MK2 completely apart and mount all the components to like the frame of the A6 and see how it performs. I think you might actually be able to get more consistent prints out of it than with the MK2's frame. Which there you go. If you're in the market for a pre-assembled MK2 at what are they? I think it's $6.99 for the kit and $8.99 for the pre-assembled. You could buy the kit for $700 and then buy an A6 for another $200 and use the frame off the A6 to assemble your MK2 with. Which I would love to see somebody do that. Again, I wish I had like infinite money because I would totally do that. I think it'd be interesting to see what the end result of that ends up being. And again, our connector is going to face towards the frame because it has this nice little oval hole to mount it in. Better off buying the upgrade kit and the Haribo parts. I agree. Well, you could actually do like the Ghetto Haribo edition, where you buy like the upgrade kit to get a lot of the MK2 components, and then of course have to source like the things that aren't included, and then buy like an A6 for the frame. Because what, you'd probably have, like just guesstimating, you'd probably have about $400 in that printer. Maybe a hair more than that. And that would probably be a really nice printer. Father Haribo is not impressed. Alright, so that's assembled. We'll double check the tightness on all these. I think I tightened them down pretty well. I'm interested to see how tight these little T-nut joint kind of thing they have going on here. Because you can see the nut kind of is in the frame. And then the screw goes down through and actually like pulls the pieces together. And I'm interested to see if they actually stay tight. Or if the acrylic like fatigues over time and you need to periodically go around and tighten everything up. I'm kind of interested to see how that stays over time. Because I'm making these fairly tight. I don't want to crack the acrylic, which I haven't really had any fear of doing thus far. Oddly enough, as much shit as people talk about these acrylic frames, the only thing that has been an issue were the threaded areas in the aluminum for the belt holder. Go figure. Okay, so we'll do this left side first, so I can show you what it looks like. So we have the upright here, and you can see our part just has these 6 kind of ears, if you want to call them that, and they just slot in there. And then these ones are going to be a little awkward to get to, so I'm going to try to get the nuts, particularly on this inside edge. I'm going to try to set the nuts in here and hope they'll stay in position. Because otherwise, they're going to be a little awkward to get to from where I'm sitting. Gently socket this in. Ooh, okay, that's a nice fit, I gotta say. I'm gonna come to the other side and screw those in. All right, we have one in the top. I think this one in the top is going to be a little bit tricky. We're going to have to kind of catch it with the bolt, because it's going to want to fall down through the top. It's going to be a little tougher than the ones that were horizontal, but we'll try to get it here. Oh, I got it. Yeah. All right, what is the comment I need to catch here? Read riboflavin. Did I miss that? Sorry if I missed it. Putting stabilizers. Was there another one? Just to be repetitive, you might want to put the connectors in the Z motors before attaching. Will save you putting fat. Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get to it from the underside. Maybe not. I don't know. How about this? We'll end up doing it both ways. I'll do the right side one here, and then we'll do the left side one the other way. That way people will get to see both. I don't know which motor do they say is Z1 and which is Z2. Did they ever differentiate them? I'm skipping through down to like the wiring, which is like a lot of steps down the line apparently. Oh, they never really address it. That's kind of funny. Unless I'm missing it, they never really like directly address cabling. They kind of talk about the power, but they never really like explicitly show running wires to the motors. I guess they feel it's like self-evident. But yeah, it doesn't appear that they actually identify Z1 or Z2, even though they do have them kind of marked on the cabling. So we have our Z1 and Z2 cables here. What is going on with this tangle of wires? Z1, I assume one will be longer than the other. Yeah, this one's longer. So I believe the control panel mounts on the what in the hell? Oh, there we go. One of these is about twice the length of the other one, and I believe the control panel mounts on the left side looking from the front. So Z2 must be the right motor. And we'll leave the marking, like the actual labeling on the end that's going to go into the board. So we're going to bring this through our hole so we don't make that mistake. And plug it into our stepper, which has some packaging foam in there. All right, good to go. Plugged in. Don't really need to show this, but yeah. Those plugs can only go in one direction, but you want to make sure that you route your cable through the hole first, so when we bring this in, you're not like, oh shit, I need to redo that. All right, so it's the same deal with this one. I'll keep the big cam on. Same deal with this one. We got to put our nuts in. Hopefully we get lucky with this top nut again. I think we kind of got lucky the first time around. I wish I had, like, girl fingers. That would make this easy. Some lady finger. First try, no luck involved. Yeah. All right. Though we should have did this one like the other side. I should have put those other nuts in before I put that in place, but hopefully they won't be too bad. For positioning. The only awkward thing is they have to be in the right orientation or they won't fit in the slot. And they tend to want to like sit in there cocked. Because this inside one's probably going to be a bit of a pain. I can't even get my fat fingers in there. Can't even get them close. All right, there we go. 2 screws and then we're done. All right, so there are our Z-axis motors attached. Yeah, these, like, I'm going to do a video about build notes for this. These have been pretty indispensable so far, just like a cheap pair of needle nose pliers. Highly recommend a pair of those. They should almost include them with the kit, really. Because otherwise, like when I was trying to do these initial ones, just with my fingers, they're kind of a pain to get in the slots because they don't want to orient the right way. Okay, so that is. Oh no, we have our little our switch here. I think this is the correct piece. Their instructions are kind of terrible, I gotta say. Because I think we're supposed to use this little piece here. I think this is the correct piece, but I don't understand how it attaches to the frame. I guess it uses the M3. I don't understand. I guess it uses the M3 by 12s? No, it can't be those. They don't fit through the frame. It must be the M3 by 18s. And it appears that these slot in like this. Does it use both of these? It can't use both of them. Yeah, it goes on the left side. I'm just trying to like figure out exactly how they want us to attach these. It looks like it comes over here and goes in those slots, and I guess the it'll give us the most range if we do it like this. But I assume they just go through and then have a nut on the back. Because it looks like our 2 screws go up. I guess we can go ahead and mount that micro switch on there. It'll be a little easier to do with it off. And this is the X end stop, and then the Z end stop has this really short wire on it. And it looks like the switch is oriented like this, with the hinge on the outside. And it kind of shows the plate with those little holes towards the top. But then again, in the picture, it looks like the switch is oriented towards the center of the plate. They really need some... I don't think the instructions are terrible, but like this section right here could really, really use a picture that's just a little bit more obvious what we're supposed to do. Because I think it's supposed to be like this. I think it's supposed to be oriented with the 2 holes up. But then again, it's kind of ambiguous in some of the photos they have, whether or not that's actually the case. So luckily this is one of the pieces that will be accessible. I need my little screwdriver. This will be accessible later, so if we need to flip it around, it's not the end of the world. So we'll just kind of go with it so we can get underway. And I think like somebody some have mentioned you have yours flush with the top. Yeah, that's how it looks. That's how it ends up being if you put the small holes up. But I think this is, like somebody mentioned, this is a piece that you end up printing like a replacement for a slightly better setup. So okay, there we have it mounted, and you can see, like Ribofraven just said, it's basically flush with the top of that piece when you mount it with the small holes towards the top. Seems alright, I guess. So we'll put our bolts through, and I'll try to get a nut started from here. It's going to be a little awkward reaching behind there. Because this should never have very much force on it. So these don't need to be incredibly tight. Oh, there's my little screwdriver. There it is. All right. All right, good enough. So there we have our Z-axis end stop mounted. I assume this goes through one of these holes back here. It might not. If it doesn't, we'll fix it later. Looks good. Mounted securely. Moving on to step 13, I believe. Okay, step 13 has us putting our smooth upright rods in, or upright smooth rods. I'm guessing it's the longer ones. No, it appears to be the shorter ones. It looks like the long ones are for the x-axis. So we have long ones and short ones left, which these actually end up being like the medium length ones. So it looks like these will go down through. And we'll be mounting our end stop pieces here. And these appear to orient just like they do on the MK2 for the most part. Of course, your X-axis motor will be on this side. I guess we can go ahead and put that one in. We are going to lube our linear bearings while we have this apart. Makes a little bit of a mess, but it's easier to do now. To just put a little squirt or two of lube in there. And we'll use the rod to twist the rod and run it through. Try to like distribute that lubricant all over. And then we'll wipe any copious amounts of excess off of there. Oh no! Got PTFE on my pants. Alright, so we'll pull that out. Put it down through. On essentially all of these designs, the lead screw bushing thing tends to be on the top. There's probably a compelling reason as to why that is. I don't claim to know exactly why that is. There's probably a good reason. It would seem to me that it would bear the weight a little bit better if it was mounted on the underside. I don't know. On this piece, while we have these off and easy to access, I'm just going to tighten all of these. Not absurdly tight, but they were kind of not super tight to begin with. And I have my little miniature adjustable here that I'm going to use. And just snug these up. Because any movement in this axis is going to give you some lackluster prints. Alright, these were actually kind of loose. Because I'm not making those super tight, and I got almost 3/4 of a turn out of every one of those. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this side back off as well, and tighten it while we're doing this. Again, not really cranking those down hard, and that was almost 3/4 of a turn pretty effortlessly. Those do not need to be tight. I'm not making them super tight. I just, that's probably supposed to be a little bit tighter than they were. I mean, it's possible. It is possible that they had these torqued to a very specific tension, but they seem a little on the loose side. Alright, so we'll go ahead and reinstall this over here. That side's good to go. That does hit the Z end stop switch. You will bind up like hell. It could be the case. Could be the case. We'll deal with that down the line. If we need to loosen them up and get them oriented a little better, we'll do that. It's not a big deal. Okay, so we have that in. We have two more of our little flappy things that I believe attached with M18s as well. Yep. And it's the same deal as the bottom of the frame. They just secure the smooth rods. I think it uses M18s, yeah. Or M318s, I'm sorry. Alright, same deal on the other side. Alright. I think that's it for step 13. No, it looks like it does have us mounting the end stop also. So the x-axis end stop will also go on here. It looks like they have the hinge again facing to the. How do they have it? To the back of the printer. Wait, what? I don't know if it matters or not. Where's our carriage? We might end up having to flip this. Again, I can't really tell from the drawing where it's... how it's supposed to be oriented. They have the little lump facing the back. I guess it's maybe... They have the open pole facing the back of the printer, so I guess it orients like this. Like with this facing the back of the printer. And this open pole of the three poles facing the back of the printer as well. Looks like the way it's supposed to be. Do those end stops have... Do you mean leads or LEDs? They don't have LEDs on them, but they do have leads attached to them. And I think this attaches with the M2 self-tappers. Just like all the other end stops have. And we should have put this on before we put it on the machine. It'd be a little bit easier. I have it correct. Excellent. All right. And, like, I'll be glad to be able to help people with their assembly, too, after going through this process. Because, again, I get a lot of questions about the A8. All right, so I think that's the end of step 13. We've got our x-axis ends on. Smooth rods, the caps installed. Next is... I don't understand what this next step is saying. I guess they're just like confirming that we did stuff and things. So 14. Time for the lead screws. We need to loosen. Okay, we need to loosen the these little springy connectors. These aluminum kind of spiral cuts. What board does the A8 ship with? It seems to be like a proprietary thing. I don't know if it's like a knockoff of a particular board, but it's actually... I haven't opened it yet. We can pop it open and look at it. Because I believe it uses the Marlin firmware. I could be wrong. But it seems to be their own little proprietary board. As you can see, it has like Anet branding screen printed on it. I don't know a whole lot about the different boards that are available, but this is the board it ships with. If I'm not mistaken, that's an Arduino chip. But yeah, as Paul says, it's it looks like it's Arduino based. I don't know if there's any truth in that, but this looks the same. I can't read the number on it exactly, but it looks like an Atmel chip. But that's what it comes with. It looks okay. It's got some kind of cheap-ish components on it. Like, if you look at the plastic on these connectors, it's super, super thin. The quality of the connectors, I think, is the worst part about it. But the board itself, I don't know. It seems reasonable. I think it sucks that it has an SD micro on it. That's going to be a pain. But overall, I don't know. It seems acceptable. So we need to loosen the set screws on these little guys. This is not the right size, I can tell already. I wonder if they shipped another hex wrench that I lost or something, because I don't seem to have the right size in the ones that they provided. That is not the right size either. Damn it. Is it this one? What size is that? What's with the weird sizes? I don't have the right size. What the hell? And I know I had all the tools that they provided. I might have to dig my own out. It's like between the sizes that I have. And it was the same with the other piece we did. What was that? I forget what it was. The other set screw we had to do was kind of in between. Well, we can. I think I can back it out with this, even though this isn't going to work to tighten it. That's good enough to back it out. And we'll get our set screws threaded down through here. And we'll just go down through the top. Thread through this brass kind of connector here. And actually just letting gravity pull it down through was enough. Make sure she's seated. It seems to be bottoming out just fine. The clearances on the little collar here seems okay. We have basically no wiggle in there. Just a tiny, tiny little bit of wiggle. So we'll get the other side in. Same deal. We'll just be dropping it down through the top. And as you can see, the fit on these is decent enough that once I got it started through, I'm basically just letting go of the rod, and it'll thread itself down through. We need to back that set screw out a little bit more. And we are bottoming. I mean, I can feel that pretty plainly that we're bottoming out on the shaft, so that's good. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and tighten these, and I'm gonna double check the one on the motor shaft itself, and they seem to be tight. And again, make sure it's bottomed out. It doesn't really have any choice but to be centered in that. The fit seems reasonable. So we'll go ahead and tighten up the set screws here. Seems reasonable. I wouldn't get too insane tightening those because this is an aluminum housing. And I think it would be kind of hard to strip it with a set screw, but I'm never surprised by aluminum failing. All right, and then same deal over here. We have these both backed out. We're sure that our threaded rod is hitting our motor shaft. And we'll go ahead and tighten these up. I think it's a little odd. It's a little odd to me. They must machine them themselves. The distance between, I know that's a little out of focus. The distance between this set screw and the one over here is larger than the distance between these two. Like the one on the other side are almost on opposite sides of that collar. And on this one, they're you can see they're only, I don't know, 30 degrees apart. It's kind of weird. I can see too that we're going to have to, I think we're going to have to reseat this collar. I don't think our set screw is going down far enough. Or our lead screw. Because tightening that grub, it actually pushed, maybe it's okay. It was actually pushing the lead screw up out of that collar. Same deal, tighten this up. All right, they're in there. You had to raise your coupler by 10 millimeters. I can see that. It looks like the shaft goes a little bit past center. Hopefully we won't have any problems with them. I kind of... yeah, I think we might need to adjust these. Like pushing down on these lead screws, it's actually compressing that coupler a little bit. I kind of wonder if we should be... Let me get that in focus. If you notice, when I press down on this lead screw, it's actually compressing the coupler a little bit. I hope that doesn't cause any problems. Let's reseat these. There's no harm in taking a few moments and doing this right. Let's loosen these. Let's loosen these, get the motor shaft kind of centered in this coupler, and then seat our lead screw. Because this is a pretty important connection on this printer. So there is no harm in taking a few minutes and making sure it's correct. So I'm actually gonna take this lead screw out. Or actually, I got it. I just turned that a little bit, and I got it to set on that end stop. So we're gonna put this collar back down in. We're going to make sure at least one of the lead screws is hitting the flat spot on the shaft. And we're going to make sure our shaft doesn't go too far down in the center. So we're about here. So we want our collar to be, what, about a 1/4 inch up from that plate. I think that's going to give us a much better connection, because it was actually down here like this. And we want it more like this, so we actually get a pretty good purchase on the lead screw instead of just kind of clipping the tip of it. Make sure we're sitting nice on the flat of that motor shaft, and I think we are. We'll tighten this one down pretty tight. And then we'll go get the other one on the motor shaft. Looks good. So we'll bring our lead screw back down in. And I need to back our screws out just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so now we've got, I don't know, at least 1/2 inch of our lead screw down in there. I think we need to loosen this again. I wonder why it's binding. The only, yeah, I'm like seeing some problems. If you look, we're actually below. We're actually falling down through the frame a little bit. So we've got to adjust something here. Something's not quite right. Yeah, something's not quite right here. I think we're going to need to have the collar up a little bit more. Oh, it's supposed to be the... Okay, is it supposed to be below the frame? That could be the case. Okay, just on the Prusa, it actually went up and was kind of flush with this top plate, so that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Get out of here, wire. Make sure these screws are backed out plenty. And then I think I'm going to prevent any of that compression like I was showing you a moment ago. This lead screw does not seem to want to fit in there right now. Before, that was falling down in there effortlessly. Now it seems to be binding a bit. I don't know what the deal is. Oh, yeah, I know. The lead screw is just for up and down. But it just... Like in most of the other printers I've seen, it kind of centers itself up in this top hole. It doesn't touch anything, but... Yeah. I'm just worried, does anybody think this little bit of compression we're seeing is an issue? It might not be, but when I press on the lead screw, it compresses that joint a little bit, and it kind of worries me. I'm kind of thinking we should... My foot's wrapped around this Z-motor screw. I'm kind of thinking we should pre-expand this sleeve just a tiny little bit. That's a little thick. You know, pre-expand this to get our lead screw down as deep as we can. Which I don't know why it doesn't want to, like, sit farther down in that collar. But we'll try it here. I think that's all right. Pulling this collar, I know you can't really see because my fat fingers, but I'm pulling that collar up a little bit on the shaft so we don't have any of that compression, and then we'll go ahead and tighten this. We just don't want any movement up and down in this axis that's not supposed to be there. That can cause some serious print artifacts. Alright, that seems okay. That seems to be operating fine. Alright, so that side's done. I'll just put the big cam on for this side. I'll get this side sorted out. It's basically the same deal. I'm going to loosen the collar on the motor shaft and raise it a few millimeters so that we have that lead screw coming down a little bit farther so we get a good grip on it with the grubs. Alright, seems good. loosen the lead screw again, bring it the rest of the way down in the connector, and then I'm going to, again, I don't know if you want to call it pre-tensioning. Pre-tensioning that spring connector a little bit so we don't get any up and down flex out of it, which would be bad. We don't want that compressing at all. That's gonna give us marks on our prints. Oh, we're still getting it kind of bad, actually. I think the lead screw is not wanting to go down in through the area where they're threaded at all. Because I will turn this cam on. The spring on this side is kind of significant, and it kind of worries me if there's any anytime you have mass moving, like this has a good chance of moving over here. I know that's a little out of focus, but I think you can see that's like compressing whenever I move it. So I think I'm going to get the lead screw down as far as I can and then loosen the motor side again and allow it to fall down as far as it can, because I think the motor shaft is thinner than the lead screw, so it's wanting to go into this connector a little bit farther than the lead screw does. I wasn't expecting this to be an issue, honestly. I thought this part of the assembly was going to be fairly straightforward, but... Okay, so there we're down against like that rod, and I'm gonna pull down on this spring side a little bit to again pre-tension it so we don't have any vertical movement that we don't want. And there you can see, I know it's a little out of focus. Let me fix it. When I press down on that lead screw now, it's not actually flexing the coupler at all. It's a little bit better. There now I can press on that. It's not flexing the coupler, and I'm kind of worried about that. We'll double check the other side as well. Because something like this is a little thing that, you know, later down the road you might be having problems with print quality and you can't really figure out why, and it could be something trivial like this, where you just have a little bit of movement in a place you're not really expecting it to be. And you might end up blaming another part of the machine for the problem when it's actually something like this, like your lead screw connector. I don't know if you can see that. That's not, that's like rotating in a strange way. That's not rotating like it's centered wrong or something. That is going to cause problems, I can tell you that now. I can tell you that right now. I don't know how much you guys can see that, but when I rotate this, it's kind of oscillating back and forth a little bit. That's going to cause a problem. That is going to cause a problem. Let's take the lead screw out and see if it's the connector. Hopefully it's not the motor shaft. So let's take this lead screw out. It does not want to come out. hell is that lead screw so tight in there? I don't understand. I gotta something needs fixed here. So let's take the smooth rod out. That lead screw is seriously tight in there. Holy hell, why did that get so tight? Yeah, it looks like this connector is seated improperly or something. I don't know if you can see that, but when I rotate it, it's not quite square. It's like its orientation is like changing slightly. I don't know if it's because of the way we tighten the grub screws. Maybe we can try tightening them in the other order. Maybe it's off. It's centering the shaft in a funny way. That seems a little bit better. Loosening both grub screws and tightening the other one first. I guess it's just like making it off center a little bit. That's a little bit better. I don't know if you can see the top of this. It's staying a little bit more true. I'm definitely not putting the lead screw as far down in that... man. I'm torn. I'm kind of torn. These are more of a bother. I'm going to take these down flush with this acrylic plate. This is where having poor instructions can really get you into some trouble. This is something that needs a little bit of extra attention in the instructions, because there's probably some tips they have for assembling this in a way that's not going to cause you problems. Because I think there's a lot of potential headaches from this assembly step that people could run into. Because if these are tracking funny, you're never going to get decent prints out of this. Because you're going to have side-to-side motion every time this oscillates and kind of gets out of whack. So again, we're going to tighten that side first and then this other side. And that seems to help true that up a little bit. It's still not perfect. I think these connectors are just not machined all that precisely. But it seems to be reasonable now, so we'll go ahead and move on. So we got our smooth rod in. How do we have to do this? To bring our smooth rod back down through our piece. Get that situated, close our little flappy thing. Get our lead screw down in here. And again, I don't know why this lead screw fits so bad now. It seemed to fall right down in there before, but now it's tight as hell. And our grubs, you can see our grubs are pretty far out. I don't think they're catching on it. Very strange. I feel like I need to sand that. Don't ever think it'll be fine. That's possible. It might be the it might be from tightening the set screws. It might have created some little flat spots. Let me get a little bit of sandpaper. This isn't really like crazy sandpaper. This is only like 400 grit. But hopefully it's enough to smooth the end of this rod up. And let it sit in that housing a little better. Without so much binding. That's marginally better. It does actually fit in there now. Okay. So I think we're finally ready to move on. Sorry about that. It's just some of these things I want to make sure we tend to. Same thing. I'm going to pull up on that collar a little bit so there's no room for it to compress later when it has a little bit of weight on the x-axis. Man, that still rotates like crazy out of true. I know you guys are saying to move on, don't worry about it. Yeah, I think you're right. Tightening the grub screws deformed the threads a little bit, which made it a little tight to pull out. So if you end up doing that, like I said, I just used some 400 grit sandpaper, and it was enough to smooth it up. But now I'm holding this almost exactly where it should be in the top, and then watch as I rotate that. That is not a trivial amount that's out. I don't know. I hope it's okay. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's the rod though. It's this actual connector that's you know, not true. It could be that the rod is also not straight, but I think that the connector is like bent or something. It's pretty bad. I guarantee you that's going to cause problems in prints. I guarantee you. The other one does it a little bit, but it's not nearly as bad. But I don't think the rod's bent. We didn't really check them in any meaningful way, but I don't think that's what the problem is. But I don't. It's not the end of the world. I can always buy like these couplers are fairly cheap. If you'd want to buy some a little down the road. If it does end up being, you know, a bigger problem than you're willing to deal with. We're going to do the same thing over here. I'm just going to reseat this connector. I hope you're right. I hope I am like worrying about it more than I should. But I have concerns. Hopefully it's not enough to flex the smooth rods. But I'm not going to be surprised if we have side-to-side artifacts in the x-axis. when we finally get some prints going here. It's not at all going to surprise me. But like I said, you can get these couplers fairly inexpensively if you'd want to buy replacements, and it won't be that bad even once you have everything assembled. It's not going to be that big of a deal to come back, loosen this joint, and you know, install those later down the road. So we will proceed. I'm gonna have to sand this one too, just a tiny little bit again. Sand this smooth rod, or this lead screw. How much did I pay for the printer? This was like $162, I think, shipped, because they were running a sale and they had free shipping on it. So I mean, at the price point, you can't really complain too much. Like I said, some of you guys might be right. This might not be something that I need to address later. But this is something that I'm definitely going to make a mental note of and keep in mind if we start having problems with prints. Then I'm going to try to remember that this is potentially one of the problems. But this left side I'm not really concerned about, but this right side, I'd say that's at least 1.5 millimeters that's not tracking accurately. And you probably, like on taller prints, I wouldn't imagine you'd notice up here, but on lower prints, yeah, like I said, guys, I'm not going to be surprised. Not at all going to be surprised. Anyway, moving on. I do got to retighten our little flappy up here. But I'm not a full-on perfectionist that gets anal about everything, but something like that, if we can address it before we get too far down the road, I think it's worth a little bit of time. So we have our lead screws in. So we're into step 15. It looks like we're beginning to assemble the X-axis. We have our 2 smooth rods and our 3 bearing blocks. And like all the other ones, we'll go ahead and lubricate those. Holy crap, is it 140 already? Wow. Wowzers. Little lubrification in there. You got your GearBest CR10 for $369. That's a decent price for that. I was ready to pay, I think, like $399 for mine, and I felt like that was a decent price for what you were getting. So yeah, $369 is a pretty solid price for the CR10. Was that including shipping, or was that minus shipping? All right, so they're lubed up reasonably well. Wipe the excess off. Now, we do want to roughly align these. I guess we can run it to the top. At the end of January. Why is your extruder smoking? That's not good. Yeah, that's not ideal. I don't know what printer you're running, but that's not how any printer runs. That looks reasonably close. Okay, so we have 2 of the bearing blocks on the top. Let's come through the side here. Get our bearing block on. Bearing block. Into the other side. Looks like our alignment's reasonable for the purposes of getting these rods in. And then we have our bottom one with a single bearing block on it. That fit is a little bit tighter. And it looks like they're supposed to go in flush, so we're going to give it the old tappy-tappy. And we're in. That seems to work nice and smoothly. Everything seems okay. That's all of step 16. Is there nothing that holds these in? Really? There's nothing to adjust the x-axis width? Interesting. What oil do you suggest for seasoning the hot end? It's funny you bring that up. I remember there was a person who made a video on how stupid it was to season the hot end, and they addressed it again after a few weeks that maybe it wasn't so stupid after all. I think avocado oil is like the highest smoke point oil that you can find that's readily available. That works well, but really you can use vegetable oil or anything because you're using a very, very small amount. If you look on my channel, I forget what it was called, but I did a really short tutorial on seasoning the hot end, and I think I covered the oils that I recommend in that. I forget exactly what was said. There should be rings to fix the ends. Doesn't appear. I see there are grub screws in there now on the back. Yeah, it looks like there are grub screws in the back. Anyway, on to 16. Okay, we're actually getting the extruder out now. So if no one's seen it, this has a very, very simplistic extruder approach. You see we have like the thermistor and stuff is built in. It's kind of inside the block. And then we have a very little heat block. And you see there's essentially no heat break on this at all. Which is kind of crazy to me. I know I discussed that when I unboxed this, that it kind of blows my mind how simple this setup is. And we're going to, I'm going to tighten this, kind of square this up to the frame and stuff so it's oriented properly, and tighten this because it's flopping around. Does that wrench they provided fit that by chance? I think it does. Because this flat wrench... Yeah, this flat wrench is a lot easier to get in there. The height of this might need adjusted. I'm not actually sure, so we're not going to make it super tight. But just tight enough that this isn't flopping around so I don't hurt it. Damage it or anything. But yeah, this is the assembly. It's very simple. The extruder motor is already kind of attached in there. It's got a really basic tensioning mechanism with the kind of hobbed gear and little bearing setup. but it really, 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 really basic. But it looks like it's going to function. Looks like these are all snugged up. That one, I guess you don't want too tight. Actually make it bond or bind. Yeah, really, really basic extruder assembly. If you're used to seeing like the E3Ds and stuff, it's very, very rudimentary. But step 16 is actually about assembling that, which they've already done. They already have it together. So the next part is installing this little cooling fan and stuff. And this looks like a 40 mil fan. So you could probably go ahead and put a Noctua fan on here if this one ends up being noisy. Because the Noctuas are relatively inexpensive, and they're a super, super high-quality fan. I really dig it. So it looks like this... It looks like we're actually going to have to pop these screws out. By the looks of it. Holy shit, they're tight. That fan is kind of pointless and annoying. I don't really see how it cools anything. Like, if there's any heat being transferred to anything, it's going to come up through this and be primarily absorbed by this plate. So if you were going to put a fan anywhere or a heat sink, it should kind of be like down here or maybe even on the face or something. I mean, we'll go ahead and put it on. But yeah, it seems kind of stupid, honestly. Remove the extruder. So do we have to... What, do we have to disassemble this? I don't wanna. I don't want to. It's more for the motor, you guess? Yeah, I guess... Yeah, that might be the case. I'm just worried about filament jams in this assembly, because what the hell keeps a filament from getting molten up in here? Oh, shit. Well, I guess we are going to disassemble it, eh? Okay, so our motor sits in there. And we have our little heat sink that goes like this. I don't like that it blocks... It's kind of nice being able to see this and see where your filament's going in there. Does this kind of printer print better if installing an E3D V6? Abso-freaking-lutely. Most printers print better if you throw in a E3D V6. So we'll go ahead and pop this back together. Since it flew apart. What are all these screws for? I don't understand. Where did the other screw go? These weren't just these I guess it was these 18mm screws. Oh, damn it. I didn't put the spring back in. Yeah. Good eye. This setup sucks, if I'm being frank. I think that's correct. I think we got it back together. Yeah, I don't like this setup. It might function, but it's not pretty. This is definitely not pretty. You're not going to be picking up many ladies with this extruder. Oh, come on. This thing's like me in high school. It's awkward and ugly. The extruder will be in the way when you fix the cradle to the bearings. It looks like you were correct, sir. Well, I kind of see how they want you to do it. So we actually need to loosen this again. Well, actually, we don't need to loosen that again. So yeah, I think you're right. We need to, because we need to get this on the bearing blocks. And yeah, you won't have access to those lower bolts if the extruder fan is in there. So what does this attach with? I guess it was showing us to go ahead. These instructions are just wrong. It was showing that we need to go ahead and basically assemble this piece with the fan and stuff, but we need to put the bolts through to the motor, and we can't assemble this separately because this screw needs to be in there to trap that spring. Yeah, these instructions are kind of half-baked on this section. So we'll go ahead and mount, and I assume these mount with these 12 millimeter. Yeah, they have to. So this mounts with these 12 millimeter M4s. And it's pretty self-explanatory how the plate goes on here. These will thread into all these bearing blocks. That is a lot of screws to attach this. And there's really, hopefully this all fits okay, because there's really no room for adjustment in this. It's pretty much going to attach where it attaches, and that's that. And this one, because there's actually screws that go in the very bottom of this assembly. And they did, thankfully, plan ahead a bit and have a hole in that front plate. It looks like we might not actually be able to get to this one over here. I think that plate's in the way. Or that little block inside. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. This block inside of there is actually in the way of this bolt getting in the hole. I know it's dark in there. So... Oh, there we go. That actually can rotate out of the way. Not the end of the world. Though I can't get a screwdriver in. Son of a bitch. This extruder assembly sucks. Because we need to take this bolt out. Which, of course, is also threaded into that plate. Because why not? Oh, that's actually threaded into from the bottom, and then has like a post that's just screwed in the top. Okay, well, we have to take all that apart to get this inner screw in here. We'll get all these in position, and then start tightening them down in a pattern to kind of make sure it seats properly and doesn't bind. I don't like that there's really no way to adjust the fit on this. I mean, I guess you can. Though I don't know, it does seem to fit okay, honestly. So maybe it's not an issue. That seems, I mean, they're not even snugged up, and that seems to fit okay with a trivial amount of play in it. So I think we can probably start tightening some of these up. Go outside corner. Just put a little bit of tension on that block. Tighten this outside corner. And then I'm going to come from behind and push up on this plate just a little bit and push down on the bearing block, so that we have just a tiny little bit of tension between the smooth rods, which should help this track more accurately. I didn't tighten those right, no. That seems to move okay. Get all these tightened. Sorry, my arm's in the way. I gotta kind of give the printer a reach around here. Seems like an excessive number of screws. Hell, that's already more secure than the MK2 zip ties. But no, that seems to move okay. And there's very little play in this. I'd say there's actually less play in this than there is on the MK2. Do we actually have to put all those bolts in? That's a ton of bolts. It says 12 of them. How many? We have 8. So yeah, it does want all of them in. Whatever, we'll do as we're told. Though I think that's more than sufficient. I think I think those bolts we have in already. We're gonna hold this quite steady. Where's the line for reach arounds? Yeah, step 1 is be in my basement. When you accomplish that, then we'll talk. But somebody asked if we're going to try to finish this today. I'm going to try. We had a couple holdups there. But we're going to try our damnedest to get this functioning today. Okay, so we have that mounted, and I guess we need to reassemble this freaking thing now. So we have this little kind of panhead screw that was holding this through the bottom. Though I guess now that we have this off, we might as well do this kind of extruder assembly here in a place where it's not going to be such a pain. So how did this orient? This was like this. So we need to get our spring in there. Wherever the hell that got to. We're going to have our heat sink here with that 18 mil M3 going down in there. This is quite a bit easier to do with it off of that mount and stuff. So we'll get that in there. Snug those up. Seems to be good. Still works. We still have our spring tension. I don't like that you can't see. I mean, you can. I don't know if you can see it on the webcam. You can a little bit see your hobbed gear and the pulley it contacts in there. But it was nicer having an unobstructed view of that, honestly. This fan, I assume, attaches with some self-tappers. Oh, we're supposed to replace those with... Do those screws come the whole way out through the fan? Because it says we're supposed to replace these with the 45s. And it looks like that holds the fan and everything in place. And there's also washers in here, but it doesn't really say where to put them. It looks like we're supposed to redo this whole assembly with the 45s. That's so weird to partially assemble this with the wrong screws and then have the end user kind of redo it. It seems like a very strange approach. Okay, so this is going to be a little more awkward than I was giving it credit for. They don't really indicate where the wires for the fan come out either. I don't know if it matters. We'll bring them out to the back side of the assembly, like that. And then we'll put our shroud cover on. And now we need to run this 45 mil screw the whole way down through there. Trying to keep an eye that our tension screw in there doesn't come out of place. I will say it's retarded that you only have 2 bottom bolts holding the fan on. I'm not going to disagree. It's also kind of stupid that you block the bolt that tensions your actual filament tensioner. I'm definitely going to be glad when... Oh, that's right. I almost put the fan on the wrong way. Thank you for spotting that, guys. I'll be glad when I replace this assembly with something that doesn't suck so bad. And I don't want to... I guess I shouldn't be talking so much trash. It might be the case that this extruder works just fine and it functions. But man, like the overall design of this is just like killing me. No me gusta. And it's like all those washers. I kind of get the impression that we're supposed to be putting those washers in here, but it doesn't really... It doesn't really say. It doesn't really mention them anywhere, and there's probably like 25 washers right here. Okay, I think we're getting her now. Again, you want to make sure your spring is in place here, because when you lock these 6 pieces down with the same damn screws, it's pretty much a done deal. So kind of be mindful that that's actually where you want it to be. That is so weird. That's so freaking weird that this is all held by 2 screws on the bottom. That is not how I would have designed this. Because it's like that heatsink isn't really pressed up against much of anything. And this is like all free to flex, and the heatsink can wiggle in there. And I'm afraid to draw this too tight because the plastic on the fan's going to flex before you really get much tension on it at all. It's freaking weird, man. It's together. You could probably use some self-tappers if you have them. Just run some self-tapping screws through the front of this fan and dig in between the fins of the grill. A lot of computer heat sinks attach that way. All right, I think we're ready to pop this in. So you see it all kind of sits in here now. Our big goofy assembly. And if you remember, we had this weird kind of panhead hex bolt. I missed a screw. Swap the fan around. What? What? Where did I miss a screw? I think we have it. I know it's like your intuition is telling you. It goes inside the spring, inside the assembly. That's already in there. That actually isn't a screw. That was like a threaded piece. Because it's actually in there, if you can see it. Because it wasn't actually a screw. It's just like a piece of threaded rod. And then the actual kind of screw is this this pan head that goes... Or is there something else I'm missing? I don't know. I don't see what you guys are talking about. A screw goes on the top of the spring? I don't know. I'm not understanding what you guys are saying. This is we have everything back in that we took out. There's a threaded piece coming up from the bottom here, and then there's this screw here in the top that goes down into the spring. Oh, do you mean this one? Is there one that goes there? Is that what y'all are on about? I get what you're saying. Is there one of these that threads? I'm struggling. I don't remember taking that out. I get what you're saying now. I don't know where it goes. Do I have to pull the fan off? Are you serious? I'm about to say some curse words here. I don't know. I'm at a loss, guys. I think I'm going to move on. It's a nut on the end. I don't have it. Like, I totally get what you guys are saying about how how to tension it. Do I really have to take the fan off? Oh my god. I'm getting frustrated. Look up an image on the MK8 extruder. I certainly can't use the instructions, God forbid. I gotta say, looking at the MK8s that it gives me images for, they're not this. I mean, they're the same design, but they're a hell of a lot nicer. Does it, so... I don't know. I'm at a loss here. You're getting frustrated. Believe me, take what you guys are experiencing and multiply it by 10. If you'd stream sometime, you'd understand. It sits on top of the spring. Was it just like a washer or a nut? So I guess I need to take this fucking thing apart again. God. Well, 601, if you can afford it, I would buy the Prusa. For one, you're not going to spend 45 minutes effing with the extruder like this. And I don't think this would be bad if the instructions would be useful. Like the instructions are completely freaking useless for this part. Utterly useless. They just have some like super vague images. And unless I'm missing it, they are not showing at all what you guys are talking about. I don't know, if somebody can link an image, that would be helpful. So, what are you... I'm trying, guys. I really am trying to understand here. But there was nothing in here... there was nothing in here that we had taken out. And if we're supposed to add something, I don't understand what we're supposed to add. But, like, because I don't see a dome head screw. We have the one that we took out from the bottom, but we don't have another one. Honestly, so I'll get the cam here. Let me take a look at this picture. Because, God, it sucks so much, like, getting stuck on something like this. Oh, so there's just a nut that goes on top of this threaded section? Is that all it is? So basically, you guys are saying, like, that? Like, just putting a nut there? Is that it? Show the manual? I can't. The manual's on my laptop. It's the one that came on the SD card. Or does the nut have to be on the inside of this screw? Is that what you're saying? Like that in Siege? Is that what we're looking at? Use a washer too. These washers don't fit on there. Come on. I don't think I have one of those washers. These must be, like M2 washers for no apparent reason. She don't fit. I'm on page 26, about step 16. And it doesn't have anything about that. I mean, I'm not doubting that you guys... So this is correct. I should have a nut here. Yeah, I agree. The MK2 has some areas where you need to be kind of like mindful of what you're doing. I kind of don't see what the hell that accomplishes, though, because it's not. We're not going to be able to adjust that. I mean, you can't adjust it with this anyway. You can go in here and move this nut to increase the spring tension, but like that, lower down on the screw like that. I don't know. That's the point of the washer. I don't know. Honestly, guys, I'm kind of over it. I'm moving on. If I have to tear this apart later, that's what I'll do. I'm kind of to the point where I don't care. It's going to have enough tension on it to hold the filament, and if I need to tear it apart later, I'll just look into it, kind of get a better idea of what it's supposed to be like, and deal with it later. I'm kind of over it. Because it's hard to communicate, because you guys can't really communicate in a direct way with me. So we're moving on. I'm over this. I think 20-some minutes or whatever the hell we've done is plenty to waste on this. So I'm buttoning it up. And we'll come back to it later. I need to keep my blood pressure low. Anyway, back to where we were. We're mounting this in here and moving on. Eat something first. It is time for me to get something to eat, but I really want to get this as far along as we can today. So we have this pan head screw that goes underneath. It's the one that holds that little aluminum block in place under that threaded section. Because taking this extruder off later is not going to be a big deal, so I'll just, I don't know, I'll look up some pictures. If I'd watch the video, yeah, I agree. I agree, man. It's like, welcome to streaming. It's like an exercise in hindsight. I need to eat a Snickers. It's just frustrating. Like, shit like that's really frustrating. Because all it would take is instructions that are worth having. And that would be a non-issue. And, like, I know you could look a video up, and if you're assembling this on your own, that would be the thing to do, but everything's like a million times harder when you're streaming. Because it's easier to get frustrated. It's easier to, like, not think right because you get stressed out. But we're moving on. We're moving on. Whatever. The extruder's on there. Whoopee-whoa. So that was steps basically 16 through 20. Next it has us throwing the other fan, which is right here. This is the part cooling fan. And that's why I said if you want like a tamer video, go watch Maker Noobs. His is probably a little more tame than mine is. He probably didn't get tilted doing his extruder assembly. So it looks like it goes like this. Though, by the way the instructions say, it has this fan pulling air from the other side. Like, it has it mounted like this. But surely it goes like this. It almost has to. So we have some M3 by 18s. I don't think we got those out yet. Maybe we did. Oh, no shit. That's the screws we've been using the whole time. Is the X-axis idler printed part warped? I don't think so. Why, is that like a common problem? Yeah, I don't know. I'll address that in a, because I'm going to do a follow-up video to the build once we get it done, and I'll address the extruder in that and make it clear for anybody that does this what the deal is. Because surely I'm not the only one frustrated by that. I don't mean you guys. I'm sure you guys are frustrated. I mean, like, people doing the build. It doesn't look like there's anything particular that holds this in. I get the impression that it's just like a friction fit. Which, funnily enough, it doesn't really line up with the nozzle all that well. Exact same thing on mine. Yeah, I'm sorry, Warboy. Like, I know it can be frustrating when you're trying to, like, communicate something to me, and I can't. It's just not. It's not that easy to communicate this way. Unfortunately, it just kind of is what it is. Oh god, their pictures are so bad. Like, I totally understand what they want to happen in this next step. We're gonna put the X-axis motor on, but oh my god, the instructions are like painfully bad. It's like, it's so bad. These are the two we took out. This is calling for M3 by 20s, which is in a bag we hadn't opened yet. And these are hex bolts. And again, with the connector, they don't really at all indicate what direction they want the connector to go in. So I'm just going to face the connector down. And if we have to, we might have to rotate the motor later. It might become evident that that's not going to work. But for now, we're just going to face the connector down. I can kind of see, it's funny they don't have you loop the belt around. I can see it's going to be fun getting the belt around that kind of cog on the X-axis motor. I can see that already. Follow the videos. Yeah, I would recommend you follow the video. I mean, I can pull it up here. Like, I'll address it later. I'm done with the extruder. I don't want to break anything. I'm getting to that point. The A8 stands for 8-hour build. God, I hope not. We are like we're running out of time here. Damn it. I was not expecting this to take this long. So we got the X-axis motor on. No big deal there. We're going to put the belt on now. Oh, this is going to be fun with the zip ties. So we have two M3x18 screws, which I assume are these ones. Those are too long. I guess we're just supposed to grab two of the ones we had before. And they screw into the back of this Y-axis plate. Don't like that. Oh, okay, we're supposed to have nuts on them. I'm sorry. I was going to say, that does not make sense. There's nothing preventing that from moving. Are these nuts different thread than those bolts? Because they are supposed to be screws. There we go. These aren't 18mm though. Are they? No, these are like 14s. Where are these screws at? Oh, it must be these ones. Okay, yeah, it's M3x18 screws. With the actual, like, Phillips head. Eat beans. Yes, we are still here. Plugging away slowly. This is not the first screw that I got in this kit that the threads are a little bit messed up on. It's not often that you see, like, jacked up hardware. For the love of God. Guys, I need something to break. There, this one's fine. I hope there's extras because that screw had damaged threads on it, and I didn't do it. Okay, so I guess you're supposed to run the nuts on these a little bit and then screw these into the back of this extruder plate. I can tell you already, I hate this. I hate the way these belts attach. Not a fan. This is kind of like an awkward mounting mechanism, and when you combine that with the kind of cheap, inflexible belts, I can tell this is going to be a pain. This is Paulo. I commented on your sloppy print. Did I? I commented. I was talking about that earlier. How I try not to be a dick in the 3D print groups. Hopefully, I didn't say something mean. Yeah, this belt mounting system sucks. In fact, I think it's being incredibly charitable to call it a system. Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say, hopefully I didn't say anything asinine. I try not to. Okay, so we have that on there, and I guess it's time to mount this belt. This is probably not going to be fun. If I had to guess, we'll start on this end with the motor, because I think it's going to be kind of a pain to get this around this pulley, because this whole assembly is kind of sealed. So hopefully this just kind of fishes around without too much bother. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That was probably the harder side. And then this side will come over, because I think the top will just loop over, and then I think it's on the bottom that the actual little screw mount things that we mount this on. It looks like you do have plenty of extra belt, so don't have to worry about it too much. This is going to be fun. Let me get this turned around. I can tell already this is going to be fun to get these mounted properly. I guess we can go ahead and mount one side. Have to go. I should have had some alcohol on hand for this, because damn it. I don't think I have any rum, though. I think I'm out. So let me get this where everybody can see and I can work on it. So you can see here we have these two screws that we threaded into the back of this plate. And what we actually need to do is bring these around and then freaking zip tie them to secure that. And this is going to be a pain. I guarantee it's going to be a pain to get these tight. The kit probably came with zip ties, but I don't know exactly where they are, so I'm just going to use these little 4-inch zip ties that I have. And I guess the thing to do will be to get one on here and get it not tightened, but positioned. And I guess we'll save as much belt as we can. We'll take up the slack off of this end. And this will be the easy side. We'll just kind of get the teeth. See, I have to interlock the teeth. And then we'll pull the zip tie on this side. We'll get the zip tie up nice and close. And with a pair of little pliers, we'll cinch that zip tie tight. Get my fingers in there. Fat finger this. And that's not super tight. We can try to walk that up towards the screw a little bit more. And I guess that is what it is. We'll just leave the one zip tie on there. And then you see the belt loops over. It's going to go through this kind of cavity here. And then our other side is going to come back. And we're going to have to loop this around. And this is going to be an exercise to get tight, I think. I think this is going to be a challenge. It's going to be tough to strike the right balance between this being tight enough that the x-axis functions reliably, because this belt just does not want to flex around those curves on either end, like in the pulley on that end and the gear on this end. So when we pull this tight enough to actually get it to fit nicely around the pulleys and stuff, it's actually pulling the smooth rods in. So we'll go ahead and get, I mean, maybe this won't be as bad as I'm anticipating. We'll get our zip tie on here, just like we did on the other side, and get it started and get it about where we want it. Because luckily when we pull this tight, we can interlock the teeth, which will kind of hold it in place. And it'll kind of help us. So it's kind of hard to judge the tension on these. That's pretty snug. And what I'm actually doing to make it easier is I'm grabbing this and pulling it towards. I don't know. I guess that seems reasonable. For tension. I don't know. It's kind of tough to gauge this. Let's try it. Let's cinch that tie up. That is actually going to pull out. I can see that. Yeah, that's slipping teeth. That actually slipped a tooth or two. Let me try to pull this zip tie tighter. This is kind of awkward. Would be really helpful to have someone on hand to help you. Because I can see I kind of need to get another zip tie on here. Because this is wanting to slip past those teeth that I have locked up there. Oh, you bastard. Oh, the other side pulled out. Damn it. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this approach. This is kind of awkward. And it's made even worse by the fact that this belt isn't all that flexible. Yeah, I mean, it's worst case scenario, you cut a bunch of ties, but the shitty thing is it's not easy to adjust. You basically need to cut it out like this. I basically need to cut this tie and start over, which kind of sucks. Let me see if they happen to have smaller zip ties. I think that would help. They do have just slightly smaller, more flexible zip ties than I had, and I think that'll help pull those teeth together a little bit better. And I'm going to go ahead and get the zip tie on here. And then I'm bleeding a little bit from that slipping. I'm surprised we made it this far without any blood. So we'll get this one here. Tighten this up. And I can see why they double zip tied it. There we go. That should hold this side now. We'll try to shift that up as far as we can on that belt. And then same deal, we'll get this pulled over. I'm going to leave that old zip tie on here and get one of these smaller ones started. And then we'll try to get... let me get it the other way. We'll try to get this tight again. And then cinch this one up to hold the teeth. So I'm going to cut this other zip tie. And again, I just have a hold of both of these pieces. I'm pushing this one and pulling this one, basically. That seems close. I don't know exactly how tight this one wants to be. That honestly seems reasonable. Just going to close that tie, push it clear up against the screw, basically. That is not enough to keep those teeth locked. Wow. Let me get another zip tie on this. I'm not a fan of this design. That seems to be holding. I got another couple clicks out of that first zip tie. It seems to be holding. I think we have a reasonable amount of tension on there. I'm kind of surprised this other side didn't pull out. So we'll try to get a zip tie on here before it does. And given how like cheap this belt feels, I wouldn't be surprised if this belt loosens up just by using it. I think we got it, guys. Holy crap. Okay. Trim these off. I think I'm going to put one more on this side and get it a little bit closer. I mean, I don't think it matters that this is walked back a little bit. Oh, there we go. Get it up there beside each other. I think for tension, I think we're about where we need to be. This feels about right. So we'll go ahead and trim the belt here. I mean, the motion of that feels kind of terrible because of how stiff this belt is. I guess it'll break in. But I think that's good enough for now. So we'll try to keep moving along here. I really do want to get this at least functioning. Like, obviously, we're not going to get it dialed in today at all. But I think we're in the home stretch. Okay, so we got the X-axis belt on, which was step 20, 21. 22 is mounting the LCD and the little panel. It looks like it kind of sandwiches the LCD between the frame and this piece here. And it looks like our ribbon cable goes through the slot. Like so. And this is where our little standoffs are used. So we have... Oh, they call it a pillar washer. So we have 4 of these like small pillar washers. And it looks like... It looks like they actually go between... I'm guessing we have... let's see how this fits up here. Okay, so we do use the small ones. We have these small ones, And then 2 of the 30 mil M3s, which I believe is these fellows here. And then just some nuts on the back. So 4 of those. This step's pretty straightforward. I think I have 2 different nuts here that I got mixed up. Yes, there's one. There's 2. I'm just pairing these nuts and stuff so they're not mixed up. Make sure I have the right ones. 3 and 4. And this seems pretty straightforward. It looks like the screws go through from the front. We have our little riser between the board and the frame. And then the other part just sandwiches on the back. So pretty straightforward. Though I think, oh, I got a couple screws that are too long, actually. I grabbed the wrong ones. Yeah, I did. Oops. That's alright. Yeah, they fit better. They must be a 40 mil that I grabbed for that first one. But that's okay, we can use that to hold it in place while we get these other ones in. At least this part's easy. Alright, that's in there. Got 2 more. Oh, that's a long one. That's a long guy there. Alright, we got to replace this long one I put in, and then that is it for the LCD. SolidWorks costs $5,000. I never knew that. I never realized it. I knew it was not cheap, but I never realized it was quite that much. Holy crap. So does anyone else have any printers they're assembling currently? I don't mean like literally right now, but... I know a lot of people that end up watching streams like this are the types that tend to buy the kits. So there's our LCD mounted, looking good. I believe that's it for that step. Not too much in that one. Next it has us assembling the power supply. Hopefully all their color coding is correct. Because you will obviously be dealing with mains voltage here. I was going to say nothing is labeled, but it does have it kind of stamped on the face here, which is acceptable, I guess. It's better to have like a label on there that's a little bit clearer. We'll set the printer to the side here. SolidWorks is like 20 bucks for veterans and active duty. That's not too bad. It's kind of nice when companies do stuff like that. Alright, so we have our power supply here, and I have the little diagram. And it looks like our colors do match up. It looks like they do match what we're expecting. So we have our mains lines here that go to our actual like wall plug. And it looks like these have been pre-soldered. They tinned them. So that's a plus. And we did actually get a US plug, which is also a plus, because that is the kit we ordered. And it looks like we're looking for brown, blue, yellow going from outside to in. So these are pretty straightforward. You just want to make sure that you're putting things where they're supposed to be. Hopefully their diagram is correct. Hopefully the Chinese understand American wiring, because it does differ from area to area. We'll just take their word for it. So as you can see, there's nothing overly complicated about this. You just want to be making sure you have the right wires in the right places, because if you don't, you're going to have a bad time. Yellow is also ground. It appears to be, because they have line, neutral, and then apparently yellow is the ground. Like, obviously you can't... you could get your multimeter out and check continuity and see which is which. And it looks like we have... Oh, here they are. I was going to say, here's our other leads. This is the main power connector. And it looks like we're red on this. Obviously, this is voltage out. And it has us connecting to this one. And then ground will be to one of the COM, the COM connections. Which are right here. Yeah, red on 8, black on 6. Black on 6. And that's basically it for hooking up your mains voltage, because most of these work by putting voltage out to the board itself, and then the board actually redistributes power to the steppers and stuff. So that's pretty much it for that. Pretty straightforward. Just have your mains plug, power out to your board. No biggie. It has us mounting the power supply now with the M3x12s. We have a handful of those left, not too many. And this goes on the right-hand side. This is also a place where a lot of people end up printing a cover for this, which is really nice. You can print a cover and then have a plug so that your cable is removable instead of having it hardwired to your printer, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks a little bit. So we have this here. Looks like it mounts right here by the looks of it. Looks like it's tight against that plate, and then we have our M12s going in from the other side. Have our M12s coming in over here. where it's supposed to be? Doesn't seem like that's fitting quite right. Yeah, that doesn't fit quite right. It actually doesn't go tight up against that plate. It looks like it sits about 2 inches back off of this. Or an inch, I'm sorry. And I think that has three holding it in. Yeah. Alright, so our power supply is mounted. We have our mains line hooked up. Looks good. Next we'll be mounting the actual control board on the other side. We can go to the big cam for that. That's mounted with some M30s. Oh, do I have any of those left? There they are. They must be... I don't have as many of those left as I should by the looks of it. Does not look like I have... I have some that are longer. But they have kind of those panhead M30s. Oh, no, there they are. Guess I was just thinking they were longer than they were. Okay, so 4 of those. And we have the like larger standoffs here now. And a couple nuts. And we'll mount that here. It looks like the USB port is up. Alright, easy enough. Where's my little screwdriver? There it is. There's another nut that's screwed up. All right. So our control board is mounted on there. Your kit had at least 5 screws and nuts with bad threads. Yeah, that one was screwed up, and I think it was the nut on there. The screw actually looked fine. I think it was the nut. I've never run into many nuts in my life that were bad. See lots of screws laying on the table. Must not be done yet. No, we're kind of in the home stretch here. Kind of had some hang-ups there with the extruder and the lead screws. I think we're all sorted out now, though. For the most part. Hopefully we are. Hopefully it's sorted out. So there's the board mounted. Step 25. So it looks like it's time to hook a bunch of wires up. Okay. So this... It has a little chart here. It doesn't look like the chart's too bad. Like most people have done, we're going to basically worry about cable management later. Right, we're basically going to get everything run to where it's supposed to be, and then later down the road, when we get everything functioning, we'll come back and worry about like cable management later. We'll pretty everything up down the road. We do have this connector. This is the heat bed connector. It looks like these need stripped a little bit more, and I think we're going to go ahead and tin these wires too, to make that connection a little bit more reliable. So, you see, they're not stripped quite enough. Important link for Facebook later. All right, man, I'll check it out. I'm going to strip this back a little bit farther, not too far. It's like another 1/4 inch to give us a decent little bit of wire here to work with to make our connection. And then give these a little bit of a twist. And then take our soldering iron. And tin these wires a bit. If I can find my solder. Oh, it fell. We got it. This will just make this a little bit more reliable of a connection, so we don't worry about this squishing out and doing something crazy, getting like a short or anything. There we go. Nothing crazy. Just flowing some solder into that. Same with this one. It helps to get a little bit on your iron. And then as soon as you see it start wicking up into the wire, like there it did. I gotta get a better grip on this. Then you can bring your actual solder in and saturate the tip a bit. Looks good. All right, now when we screw that into the board, these wires will just make a little bit better connection, and they won't want to like flay out and get all crappy. You should use ferrules and sleeves. I agree. That's something I'll probably come back and do later. I'm just kind of in the home stretch now, and I want to do everything I can to get this working before we quit. So we're going to come over here and try to get all these in. I'm going to need my small screwdriver, because it looks like our heat bed connector, our power supply comes in. Man, there's barely enough cable for this. It runs through the frame here. I know you guys can't see, but the mains power runs through the frame. Underneath of everything in the y-axis. And then out the frame on the other side. And you can see our mains comes in here. Obviously we have red and black. They don't fit. Does everybody else see that? They don't actually fit in the connector that they provided. We'll have to squeeze these a little bit. They don't actually fit in there without pinching them a little bit. That's kind of funny. You can see how not ideal these connectors are. Even trying to tighten this a little bit, that wants to twist on there. It kind of worries me. So that's connected relatively securely. Well, as securely as this cheap plastic allows it to be. This is the hot end connector. We'll get that in there in a minute. And then our heat bed. This doesn't have a positive and a negative marked. I don't know. It might not have a polarity. We're going to assume it's the same as this. I don't know if it matters. It might not matter, since it's just a heating element, basically. Yeah, these connectors suck. I'll definitely be changing these out to something similar to these that have end connectors on them. That is not ideal, but they're in there for now. That seems reasonable. The motors are actually marked. This is our X-axis end stop. And the X-axis end stop is this top one here. So that goes in there. We have our Y-axis end stop, which is the very next one. Plugs in there. And then we have our really short Z-axis end stop, which I believe is the next connector. Yeah, it's the very next one. There's our X-axis. And then we have the wires coming from the hot end. Which we're going to loop up over the smooth rods for now. They've actually tied them in knots. Yeah, like some of that stuff, it might be obvious to you that the polarity doesn't matter, but not everybody's an expert, man. This might be a surprise to you, but there's probably things you don't know. Alright, let's go ahead and tighten this nozzle bolt up. Reasonably tight. And again, we're not overly concerned about our cable management at this point. Probably just throw a zip tie on that to kind of tentatively hold them in place so they don't get bound up in anything when we test this. We have fan 2, which is our extruder fan. It looks like the edge connector fan is the extruder fan. Is this the extruder fan? Yeah, this is the extruder fan. Which is actually fan 2? That's actually fan 2? And then fan 1 is the part cooling fan, by the looks of it. Get fan 1 plugged in. That leaves... we have our heater plug, which we actually need to put in this. So we'll go ahead and strip these. These are pretty thin wires, actually. A little awkward to strip, too, with the cloth wrap on them. Let me grab some scissors. You can see the wire is stripped okay, but that like cloth wrap actually kind of frays a bit. Yeah, they should mention a lot of things in the instructions. That's why I don't know if anyone has done it. I know somebody said there's build videos that go into a lot better detail, but I'm definitely, now that I have more experience, after my experience with the MK2 and stuff, I'm gonna put some notes together for things that people might want to be mindful of when they're doing the assembly. Because I'm sure there's other people that have done that, but especially with cheaper kits, there's always the chance that the components you get are slightly different. So there might be things that one person has issues with that another person doesn't. Kind of tedious having to cut that cloth. And we'll do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and tin these real quick. I mean, like I know a lot of you are suggesting like watching the video, and I would do that if you were assembling your own, but I can't have a video loading while I'm streaming, or it'll cause problems with my internet. So I had watched most of the assembly video in preparation, but I don't have infinite time. I don't know if you guys just have like infinite time to do all the things you want to do, but I have a wife and a child and other obligations and stuff, so I tried to prep as best I could. So this, we tinned those. That'll help that go in here a little bit easier. This is the same. This shouldn't have a polarity, so we basically have to push that in this connector. Well, I guess we need to screw this out a bit. Screw this little connector out, put our leads in, in theory. Apparently we have to screw that way out. Let me trim these a little bit. A little long. Get those in there as far as they'll go. And then tighten them back up. And make sure, give that a tug and make sure it's actually caught in there properly. Because this is your hot end connection, so this is going to be used a little bit. Basically all the time, always. And get it in the board there. It goes into that big plug with the little connector. Again, super cheap connector. As simple as this board is, it probably wouldn't hurt to buy some slightly higher quality interfaces for these wires and just desolder those two posts and replace these, which I might do at some point. Prevent some potential headaches. Okay, so we had a couple wires we had to plug in yet. We have this Z motor here that someone had warned me about, but we went ahead and connected anyway. So we're going to have to try to fat finger this wire in here. Which hopefully won't be too much of a pain. Probably going to be somewhat of a pain, because we have our Z1 cable here. And it needs to go in this oval port and hook into our Z motor. We might be able to cheat with the needle nose too. Go ahead and grab this up. Yeah, I think we're gonna be able to get that in there with these. Right in, no problems. Okay, so that wasn't so bad. And then our Z-axis motor, it shouldn't matter which is which with these, because we have our other cable from the other side. So we have Z1 and Z2. Z1, Z2. And these are actually marked on the board. Z1, Z2. All right. What other motors do we have? We have our thermistor connection, which it looks like it goes Over here with the end stops, the extruder thermistor looks like it's the end plug here. And then we have our bed thermistor that goes above that one. And kind of keep an eye on the orientation of these plugs. They're kind of staggered back and forth a little bit. They're not all the same direction. And they seem to be seated properly. We don't have too much else. We have our LCD. We have a ribbon cable from that. That plugs into this outside plug. It looks like this inner one's not used. And what else do we have? What other wires do we have here? We have our two thermistors hooked up. We have all our end stops. We have our 3 end stops, 2 thermistors. We have a couple motor cables, and I think that's it. We have our Y-axis motor cable here. And there's 2 ends on these. One has 4 poles and one has 6. The 6 poles actually hook into the motor itself, the stepper. And then we'll route this under the frame and stuff to save a little cable length. And that is our Y-axis motor, which I can't quite see. I think it's this one. Y-axis. And then we'll have our X-axis motor, which I assume that has a pretty short cable. Yeah, here's the X-axis. Again, the 6-prong plug goes in the stepper. Then the 4-prong end goes in the board. Good. And then the last one is the extruder motor, and this one does have a moderately long cable. And I believe that is the last connection. I think we should have a functioning printer now. We have a complete freaking terrible mess of cables. And I'll just kind of haphazardly zip tie these in a way that gets them out of the way enough that we can fire this up without them interfering with the axes moving. Because the biggest issue is this bunch of cables coming off of the extruder assembly, and it does come with cable wraps, but I don't want to put those on yet until we make sure everything's okay. So we'll get everything kind of tucked away here. I think we're ready for some power. Don't let the smoke out. I think it is. I think we are pretty much ready to plug it in. I'm going to clean up all this miscellaneous hardware because we have a hell of a mess here. With all these zip ties. Thanks to everybody who hung out today. I know I got a little upset when we were dealing with the extruder, and I apologize. I don't know if anybody knew. I actually handled that fairly well. I'm bipolar, so that was pretty tame. For me personally, that was pretty low key, as far as like my mood can go. Prepare for a blackout. All right, hold on, guys. We gotta clean up this hardware. I have a mess. The smoke is much more likely to be released if you have a mess. That is a fact. But yeah, hopefully it works. God, hopefully it works. I don't know how exactly calibration works on this printer. Like, it's still completely alien to me. I believe it uses like a pretty standard like Marlin firmware, so it should be fairly straightforward. Just like the whole bed leveling and stuff is new to me since I'm used to the MK2. We're almost there. Almost there. I don't know what the hell all these washers were for. They never mentioned them in the assembly. It seemed like there's a bunch of M2 washers. There's a set screw. I guess that's extra. Hopefully that's extra. Maybe it fell out of the extruder. Have I flipped the 120, 220? Yes, I did. We actually did that yesterday when we were unboxing and looking at all the components and stuff. Definitely something that needs noted. That's why I want to get a list together for people who do this kit. There are some things you definitely need to do. Yeah, like I don't like that this doesn't have a power switch. It just, you plug it in and it's on. This does have a filament holder. I believe that's what this is. It has a filament holder and a little piece of threaded rod here that you can put together. And it seems reasonable. A little like A-frame with multiple pieces and stuff. But I will probably not be using that. I might end up throwing it together. I don't know. Probably should, just to like have some opinion on it for review purposes. Let me get a cable run here. I'm kind of afraid to have it hooked up with the Prusa running, because if something does go south, I don't want it to trip that power strip and ruin this print that's been going for 5.5 hours. So I got a cord stretched over here. Hopefully it'll reach. It doesn't quite. So we'll get the printer here at an angle. Well, here it goes. I'm about to plug it in. I hope everything is okay. There's definitely some sparking action when I plugged it in. Please check that connector. What connector is that, sir? Please check that connector. Everything smells like China. I just homed, yeah, we're gonna do a home all. I just homed the X-axis to see if it worked, and it appears to work. Look at that, guys. God only knows how close our yeah, I'm gonna watch the Z stop in case I need to manually stop it. I just raised that to the max so it stopped. We definitely have some binding in the x-axis. I heard it skip a few steps. Let me get a ruler and roughly position that. So we're about 70 millimeters on that side. And about 70 millimeters on that side. Now we'll check it. I guess we can't level it to the bed because the bed's at a random... turn it to the whole way to the top like the Perusa. Does this have like an auto level like the Prusa does for I like how it has an X position and X position fast, Y position fast. Let's try the Y position fast. Whew, that was some serious binding. That's not good. That is some serious binding. Huh. Let me unplug it. That'll give you some finger strength. Ooh, that feels weird. All right, now I'll have to do some reading. Like I said, this is all super alien to me. Like someone said, I might have to loosen the those little copper pieces to begin with, because I did tighten those. I could see that causing some binding in hindsight now. Because I did tighten those down. But yeah, I don't know. Pester him to loosen the threaded rod nuts. Yeah, is that what I'm? That's what I'm doing. I guess I shouldn't have tightened those in hindsight. There we go. They're not nearly as tight now. They should just touch until they bed in, and then you can tighten them up more. Yeah, that makes sense. Some of the things, like, it just, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is the width on the x-axis is calibrated properly. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not. Let's move this. Let's move the z-axis up again slowly. I don't know if it's actually, like, bottoming out evenly. Wow. I guess you do need the Z position fast. It seems to work a little smoother now. But it doesn't... It's not bottoming out evenly. I don't even honestly see what it's hitting on the other side. Because on this side, the bolts on the, like, brass piece go the whole way to the top, and on that side, it's not close, really. It seems to work a little bit smoother. Yeah, I don't think those top plates are particularly parallel. But as we get lower here, I don't think the motor's actually skipping, but something's shifting. And I think it's these X-axis smooth rods pushing out this way a little bit. Yeah, that side is just binding like crazy for some reason. There it seems better. Anyway, I don't know what the Prusa makes it so so easy to do the calibration stuff. I'm kind of at a loss of what to do here. Measure the distance between the Z rods, top, bottom, and close to the X rods. I think that is part of the problem, because these were pushed in flush, and actually, like, getting them down low, it pushed these smooth X-axis rods out a bit. It's about 386. I think that's definitely part of it. I think it's definitely part of it. They're about 300. The outside to outside on the threaded rods here is about 386 millimeters, and it's quite a bit shorter at the top. So I think we have some pressure there. It's probably the belt tension, if I had to guess. It's probably the belt tension. We might have too much tension on this X-axis belt. Maybe not. I don't know. That doesn't feel like it has too much tension on it. But yeah, this definitely needs to go this way a little bit more. Like I said, these smooth rods pretty obviously pushed out. But I don't know. It's probably about the time that I need to go do some reading and stuff. Because I'm, like I said, I'm kind of at a loss as to what to do at this point now. I don't really have any experience with this sort of setup. But luckily everything works. It is nice that all the other axes seem to home properly. The X and the Y home without any problems. They seem to work quite well. That's not good. I forgot to move the Z-axis end stop up. Shit. We actually hit the extruder there. Damn it. I don't think it hurt anything, but... Alright, let's do that again. Yeah, I hope I didn't break my thermistor wire. If I remove the lead screws, you can see if the smooth rods are binding. Man, I don't want to take them off. I mean, I'll do what I have to, but... is the coupler too low? I don't think so. I think it just might not have been level. Because like I said, it seems to be... let's run the position up and down again. It seems to be okay now. It might have just been the case that they were out of level to the point... Yeah, it doesn't seem to be binding now. I mean, it moves slow, but... It hasn't bound at all so far. It might have just not been level, because I know that'll cause it to bind. Which is a little bit quicker. But no, it seems fine. We'll run it down again. Galen said just loosen the X-axis belt a little and it'll run smooth. That's why, like, one of the first things I want to do is print, like, an adjustable tensioner, just like for the Y-axis. Because it's not the worst having to cut the zip ties and stuff, but it's a little bit awkward. But we can... I think we have time here. Yeah, it's just before 4. I have about a half hour yet. We will try to get some filament run through this and run a little test print. Oh, it seems fine now. It went down and hit the Z stop, so we'll have to I'll have to lower that a little bit. See how that is. Little bit higher. Now again, I'm like totally ignorant. Should the Z-stop be stopping the nozzle before it hits the bed? Because as it is now, it looks like it's stopping about 3 or 4 millimeters before it would contact the bed. Because there it hits it. Yeah, about 4 millimeters from the bed. Yeah, definitely, Galen. I think you are right. I think the belt needs adjusted. Because, like, down here, it's pulling the threaded rods in a little bit, and then when it gets to the top, they're kind of where they should be. I think it is a belt tension issue. I guess we can go ahead and adjust it. Because I have some of those zip ties that they had, because they work better than the small black ones that I was using. We'll just let a couple teeth pass. I was just concerned about like not having enough tension, which will cause problems in the prints. All right, let's snip this. I can see, as I let individual teeth of this out, I can see the threaded rods going back more or less where they should be. I think that feels about right. That's probably good. That's still a moderate amount of tension on there. I'll try to zip one zip tie for now, till we test this, and if it seems right, I'll go ahead and put the second one on. Because I think that's good enough for some tests. Alright, so let's get... let's get this, let's get some filament loaded in here. Again, this interface is a bit different than what I'm used to. Oh, this does print with a mini SD too. Let me get a file sliced. Well, I guess this does come with a test print. Does anybody know what the test print is? Yeah, I got a I have the Trinus sitting back here. Which way do I need to go? I have the Trinus sitting right here that I just got unboxed. I need to buy a new build plate for that. I bought it used, and the build plate was torn up. Does anybody know what the test print is on here? I actually don't know. It's a 40 mil calibration cube. Oh, that's perfect. How do we adjust? Let me tentatively zip tie these up out of the way. I did with all my zip ties. The tape that they have on the build plate is terrible. Well, I see. I don't know anything about this. I don't know how to adjust the Z height. I'm like a total ignoramus when it comes to this. Move the Z end stop. I did move it. Does it? It needs to be down a little bit farther, I guess. Yeah. I guess we can't hit the build plate if it's that far away. Oh my god. The regular position movements are slow. All right, so how should we go about this? Because that actually, like, that's at the end stop, but that puts the nozzle about 2 millimeters past the build plate. Maybe 3. Because I know I probably need to bring the build plate down a little bit. Like, for leveling purposes. So maybe we can do it that way. Maybe I'll move the nozzle over. I don't know. I'm kind of shooting in the dark here. So there were, I don't know what the height is there. That's basically the thickness of 2 sheets of paper right there on the bed. Oh, the menu went away. Use the config menu, because that's I think that's pretty close for the front edge of the bed here. I know we need to do the back, obviously. Let's go to the config menu. I'm guessing it's in general. It is not. I don't see where we can change any of this stuff. We have our acceleration rates and stuff. I actually don't see any of the bed adjustments. All right, so the back needs lowered. Let's do the back corners. Oh, that freaking thing. The menu doesn't stay up very long. Yeah, all the different firmwares are like slight variations on the same theme, but they're not quite the same. Honestly, that seems pretty close for bed height. I don't know how level it is, but it's pretty close. This corner was like way low. All right, let's try this again. Let's home it, and then let's just try printing a file. Let's see what happens. Should we just try it? How do we preheat? I don't know how to preheat or anything. Ah, there we go. Okay. So let's go to like 195, nothing too crazy. And try putting the bed to like 50. See if that all works. So the bed's heating up slowly but surely. Disable steppers, disable steppers. I guess, is that the easiest way to move the bed around? To do the, oh, quick settings. We have home all. Oh, preheat PLA. Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Cool down, set to origin, disable stepper. Why do we need to disable stepper? To move the bed around? The bed's heating up nicely. The tape that they have on this is terrible. Yeah, the tape they have on there is pretty god-awful. Let's get some... We are running out of time here. Let's try to get a print. We'll run the one test print they have on here. Try to get some filament feeded through. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I guess it does make it a little bit easier to adjust everything if you do that. Can you manually insert filament like you can on the Prusa, or do you have to feed it? It doesn't seem to have like a load filament function. Or do you have to manually move the extruder? Maybe I didn't get the filament in the right spot. Oh, there it has a hold of the filament. That's what I figured. You can just push the lever and press the filament in, but I must not have got it lined up with the tube. We'll see if it actually extrudes anything here, feeding the filament through. Hopefully I didn't screw the nozzle up running it into the bed. Does anybody know if regular like E3D nozzles will fit in this heat block, or does it require something special? Hey, we're extruding filament. Yeah. There's not much, but there's some down there. I don't know if you guys can see that. But it is extruding filament. There's a little bit of blue peeking out of there. Well, it seems like I didn't destroy the nozzle or anything. And I was also kind of worried about maybe having damaged the thermistor wires and stuff. But that seems to be extruding like an extruder should extrude. Fans running. It definitely got some back pressure there. It's oozing a bit. Okay, screw it. Let's go ahead and try to print a file and see what it does. Now, does moving the position, did that actually set like our Z offset? I don't know if that mattered for anything. We'll start with, somebody said it has a 20 mil calibration cube on here. I guess that's the box. We're not printing the chest piece, mainly because I don't have time. There it pulsed the cooling fan. Hopefully it functions here. First time I set mine, I dragged the nozzle almost the entire bed. I did the same thing with my MK2 if anybody was here for that. The chest piece is fastest? Really? How do we cancel the print? So there it's coming up to temp. It looks like the nozzle's at temp. I don't know why it's not. Or is it waiting? Maybe at over temp. It's waiting for it to come down. This apparently needs a PID tuning. It seems incapable of keeping the temperature down at 195. It's at like 196. Yeah, it definitely needs a PID tuning. Okay, so why... Print file. It says printing and then it goes to idle. Here we go to print file. And I'm assuming I need to use the right button here, or is it not the right button? Because the center button is not selecting it. And then when I hit the right button, it goes to printing, 0%, and then it goes to idle. Go to SD card. Let's so I unmounted that card. We'll mount it again. Print file. Back into the menu here. Print model STLs. It did the same thing. It said printing. I know there's a lot of glare there. It went to printing and then to idle. Looks like the thermistor fell out of the hole. I don't think so. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully I didn't bust the thermistor wire. But it appears to be in there. I mean, surely the thermistor works if it's able to maintain the temp there, right? I mean, it's running a little hot, which could just be... Oh, you're totally right. Shit, yeah, that's an STL file. I was in the wrong... Yeah, these are STLs. Holy hell. Oh, what a dummy. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, holy crap. Okay, so yeah. We were in the STLs. I'm sorry. Oh, I hate this menu. Why is it scrolling the text across? There's the chess. Okay. Printing. Okay, there we go. There it set the temp up to... Sorry about the lights. It put the temp up to 210, so it's going to preheat. And we should be good. Hopefully we don't utterly annihilate anything with this potential Z height being off. The Z height is definitely off a bit. But it is printing here. Hot damn. Z height needs adjusted a little bit, but it's actually not horrible. I think 210 is a little bit hot for this this PLA. Guys, we have a working printer. And I gotta say, I know you can't really see it. That is a respectable first layer. Let me adjust the focus of the cam here. The part cooling fan's not on, obviously. Let me focus that. That is a respectable first layer. Yeah, absolutely. That is not bad. Dawn, you have to print PLA at 225 to 235. Holy crap. I know the light, hopefully you'll be able to see a little bit better when the light changes here, but that's like I said, that's a respectable first layer. Oh my god, that sounds like a dental drill. There you can see the sheen on the light. That's actually not bad. Oh my god, what is the deal with that fan? Oh, it was like a whistle effect from the cooling shroud. Holy crap, that sounds exactly like a dental drill. This printer is actually super quiet. The bed level is probably not correct. You're right. And that tape, I don't know if you guys can see, it actually doesn't look too bad on cam. This tape is actually super lumpy that they have on here, which is probably why there's a couple of those bumps in the print. But no, I mean, my first impressions are that this is actually pretty promising right off the bat. Like, that layer that it's doing now looks fantastic. It's ribbed for her pleasure. That layer that it's putting down right now is absolutely perfect. That layer is flawless. I don't know if you guys can see that. That is an absolutely perfect layer of PLA. I don't know. Now, I don't know how, like, the perimeters and stuff are going to look. Yeah, Riboflavin. I actually pulled that out because it was making a dental drill-like sound, is why I pulled that down out. It was in the whole way, but it's making a freaking horrendous whistle noise. I think the edge needs sanded or something. But no, I'm actually rather impressed with the way that's printing. That's kind of crazy. I was not expecting it to print like this. Wish I could get... It's like so tough with the cooling fan and stuff. The MK2 is the same way. It's hard to get a decent angle. Let me get it focused here. No, I mean, like I said, in my opinion, that is an absolutely respectable print job that it's doing there. riboflavin. Yeah, the one printed part is the fan duct, and it was pretty terrible quality. Honestly, this is printing better than that duct fin was printed, and that shouldn't be the case. This is with like essentially zero calibration. But no, overall that looks pretty good, honestly. This PLA is okay. This is the poly something that came with from Kodama with the Trinus. And I printed a spinner out for a friend of my wife. His son wanted one, and it prints okay. This is off the MK2, obviously, and it prints okay. I'd say it's respectable. Like I said, I can't get it centered. This is off the MK2. Printed all right, but it's got like a weird kind of unpleasant glossy finish to it. Why can't I center to that camera? But so some of that unpleasant glossiness, I think, is this filament, because the finish on it is actually fine. It doesn't look that great because of that weird kind of oily quality it has. Not a big fan of it. But no, I think this is... I'm actually kind of impressed that this is printing like this. Honestly. What's the next project? Well... like, obviously this thing is going to need some love. Like I said, I want to try to put maybe 100 hours of print time on it, and it's 100% like virgin default state. So I want to try to, like, I need to learn about how to calibrate a machine like this. It's super alien to me still. And there's probably, there's some things that need done, like I need to do the cabling and stuff on this. I probably won't do that on stream. I'll do that one of these evenings. But the next project will be the Wanhao whenever it gets here, but it's hard to tell. They're apparently having manufacturing delays. So that'll be one of the next... Oh man, am I clipping? Have I been clipping this whole time? I hope the audio doesn't sound terrible on this one. Shit. But yeah, like dialing this in will be like an ongoing thing. I'll run it through its paces. I'll try printing some various things on it. Like try running a couple dungeon tiles on it in its default state. And after I get a good feel of how it prints, like out of the box, then we'll go through the process of like doing a bunch of upgrade parts and stuff for it. And then probably in a few weeks, then I'll pick up an A6 and compare the two. Because I think the A6 is a better printer, which is kind of promising after seeing how this prints. Like I said, it might be the case that you run into consistency issues with the way this extrudes, but like as it is now, this looks okay. Honestly, I think for the money, if I had bought this as my first printer and was sitting here looking at this after spending $160, I'd be pretty content with it, honestly. But no, there's a lot of stuff. Like, it all depends on when some things come in the mail. Like, I have the camera slider and stuff that we're going to work on soon. You made those Curafin dungeon miniatures on my A8 came out unreal. Is the A6 a newer version of the 8? I believe it is. I don't know if that's the case exactly. I know it's essentially the same printer. Like, a lot of the parts are the same. They've just, like, if I would start rocking this, you can rock this frame a little bit side to side because these uprights are the only thing structurally that are holding it. It has stiffened up a little bit. The power supply, I think, stiffened it up a bit. And even the little board on the side, I think, makes it a little bit more rigid. but the A6 just have some improvements. If you look at pictures, the A6 actually has plates that go across the front of this to give you like a T style frame, which is quite a bit more rigid. If you go and watch the 3D Maker noob, his videos after he has the frame assembled, like he was trying to torque it and stuff, and it seemed pretty rigid. Yeah, but the 8 is bigger than the 6. I think they have a comparable. Oh, one of the big differences between the 8 and the 6 is that the 6, instead of the smooth rods on the x-axis being vertical, they're horizontal, which I love. I don't know if it functions better, but just from a common sense point of view, like it seems like it would be a much more stable design. Instead of having that weight hanging with like leverage on it this way, the extruder assembly is actually just sitting on the 2 smooth rods. But it seems like a smart way to go about mounting the x-axis. Yeah, like Mark just said. But no, this looks great. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pleasantly surprised. The walls on the perimeters, I know you can't really see from this side, actually look really nice. I guess this is good timing. I gotta leave in about 10 minutes. Yeah, it has a knob on the LCD, which is nice. These buttons aren't bad. Like, I like the idea of having a tactile interface. But I'm genuinely kind of shocked that this is performing this well with very little calibration for $160. Because there is definitely room to dial this in. This is, man, if you'd even slow this part cooling fan down a little bit, this is actually a very quiet printer, all things considered. Like, there is essentially no bearing noise from the Y-axis like you hear on the MK2. You've been telling them it's a decent printer if they're okay with building something that can go very wrong. Well, I think riboflavin, the part of the problem people hate the buttons is because of how slow the actual like LCD unit is, and I don't know if that's due to the controller board. I've actually noticed it's kind of weird. I had an SD card that I started having problems with, and it actually was slowing down the interface on the MK2. And I got a new SD card, and the interface is really responsive again. What was most difficult to assemble? This one or the MK2? This one definitely was more frustrating. And keep in mind, this is the second printer I assembled, so it should have went a little bit smoother because I had a little bit of experience assembling a printer kit. But the MK2 was definitely a smoother assembly. This one, the extruder was frustrating. Anybody that was here, no, I got a little bit tilted. I got kind of frustrated with that. Because I think the one part inside is still not quite right. I need to go back and address that, but the extruder was frustrating. Part of that, I believe, could be alleviated by watching the assembly videos that are apparently on YouTube as opposed to using the written instructions, because the written instructions are terrible. They're not very verbose about what you're supposed to do exactly. And a lot of the things that just simply didn't address them, like the nut or whatever that I'm supposed to have in the extruder that everybody was getting frustrated at me over, it wasn't in the instructions at all. Nor little things like the orientation of the connectors on the stepper motors, like which way you should have them. It wasn't really clear which direction some of the end stops should face, like as far as orienting the actual switch. There was a lot of little things that it just did not address. I could see taking the fan off. The little fan I don't think makes much noise, but this part cooling fan is noisy. Could probably get a slightly nicer one that would be a little bit quieter. You use the videos? Yeah, the only, like I mentioned earlier, the problem I have is I can't actually have a video streaming while I'm streaming. It causes my internet to kind of crap out sometimes. I guess I could have downloaded it, but I don't know. Hindsight's 2020. I understand, Warboy. It is. It's just frustrating. I wish there was a way. I wish there was an easy way to have people in chat like verbally communicate. I guess you could always do like a hangout and have like a hangout running on the side or something like that. But it would be nice if you could just, like as the streamer, if I could just like give you audio privileges and then you could just have a mic or something and talk over the stream so everybody could hear you and I could hear you. That would be a fantastic feature to have. I would imagine in the future that's going to be something that's a little bit more common. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Guinness. This took us, we're at 6 hours and 40 minutes right now. That's a little bit longer than I was expecting this to take. This roll, I forgot to get it out. This roll has an overlap in it. So I'll try to get some filament out and ready. Because like usual, I gotta leave. I got about 5 minutes. I gotta pick my daughter up. Oh, that's right, Earl. I'll try to remember to stop and pick that up today. I thought you guys said this was the fast print. Because how big's the 20 mil cube? Yeah, Discord doesn't work too bad. TeamSpeak, like, I used to use Ventrilo a lot. I used to play Counter-Strike competitively. But no, I think you guys get the idea. This print looks great. There was a cube? Maybe there wasn't. I think there was a cube STL. Maybe they didn't actually slice the G-code. Yeah, no, your Flyby is absolutely right. Can we do that in real time? Oh, there's the fan at 75%. This printer is quite quiet compared to the MK2. And I understand it's printing at a slightly slower speed. Did I ever spend time on bee hopping or surfing? What do you mean by that? I've never went surfing, if you actually mean surfing by surfing. Yeah, I honestly don't see why this wouldn't print at comparable speeds to the MK2. I don't know what speeds they actually slice these files at. We can up the speed. Let's up the speed 20%. Now we're talking. Now she's going. There's 120%. That's starting to sound similar to the MK2. Oh, surfing and bunny hopping in Counter-Strike. Okay, I get what you're saying. I never got into the surf maps all that much. They were kind of fun, but we were always doing competitives. I never really had time to F around. Yeah, and bunny hopping. Yeah, of course I had my bunny hop scripts. I used to have it on my my mouse wheel. You run yours at 120. It seems fine. I can't really tell any difference in print quality. I guess I gotta head out. I don't. Do you guys want me to leave the stream up and let the print continue to print until I get back, or should I shut it down? I don't really care. I guess I can just let it run at this point. How we're almost 7 hours in. Let me throw this filament rack together so I can set this roll up. It will only take a minute. But it's kind of cool they give you a filament holder. There's some much more expensive printers that don't give you a filament holder. Alright, there's one screw. This definitely isn't a bad holder. I would have paid a couple bucks for this. It works. Well, I guess I probably did pay a couple bucks for this. Actually. It's kind of like there's a creaking from the pulley on this side. I don't know if it's the belt tracking off a little bit. Looks like I can adjust the tracking a little bit on those screws from the back of the extruder plate. But otherwise, everything seems fine. It sounds right. It sounds similar to the MK2, obviously. Just quieter. It's just there's no Y-axis noise, is the difference. After seeing these bearing blocks, I'm kind of tempted to. Oh, that would probably turn into a nightmare. I was gonna say I'm kind of tempted to drill the Y plate or the X plate out on my MK2 and mount the Y-axis bearings with something similar. But that could probably turn into a nightmare. Search, what was that? Look into an off-grid technology for a battery bank. Yeah, I'd like to, man. That would be nice. Because I'm not like a full-on prepper, but like we have food stores on hand. We have, I won't go into detail, but we have the means to protect ourselves. And like we usually keep about 6 months of food prepped in the basement, like dry stored and stuff. But yeah, energy is kind of a crapshoot for us at this point, and it would be nice to kind of have that tended to. I think that is something smart to do. Because if stuff does hit the fan, energy is kind of important. But no, I've always been into DIY and survival. That's why, like, I don't know if you saw any of my other videos. Like, I'm gonna have videos about some slingshots and stuff I made recently. Because as a kid, I used to like hunt small game with a slingshot. All right, I don't know if this is exactly how this filament holder is supposed to be, but this will definitely work. That's not a bad little spool holder. I don't know if you guys see that. Little multi-piece acrylic. It does have a threaded rod, which isn't ideal. And, you know, you could print like a little spindle for the middle there, which would make it actually kind of nice. But it's kind of like the other one I got, where it's kind of a pain that you need to detach the rod and stuff. Though it does lift from the top, which isn't quite as bad. You'd be slightly suspicious of an untested printer left on its own this early in the build. I agree. Yeah, like Warboy said, it's not left on its own. You guys are watching it. I think I am going to run. I'll probably only be gone 15 minutes. What's the worst that could happen there? You guys going to watch my house burn down? That would suck so bad. But I kind of want to let this print finish. I'm going to let it run. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. The power supply is not overheating. We don't have any shorts or anything stupid. I don't know. I don't have, like, a ton of confidence in it, but everything seems okay. We'll try it. So I do have to run, guys. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. If some of you leave, which I'm sure some of you will, 15 minutes is a long time if it catches fire. I will give you that. If some of you guys head out, I do appreciate you hanging out with me today. I know it was a little frustrating there in the middle, but hopefully this video will be useful to someone. I'm probably going to download this, edit it, and then re-upload it, because there's some parts in the middle there that I think nobody needs to see. But overall, like, if you just leave with these parting thoughts and I don't see you again, overall I'm pleasantly surprised with the A8. For 160 bucks, I think it's a totally decent little kit. This print already, as you can see here, this print already is not bad. I said this filament has a somewhat unpleasant kind of shiny, oily finish to it, which isn't super flattering on most prints. But overall, the quality of this machine and the quality of the print that it's putting out right now is totally acceptable. Kind of beyond acceptable. I think it's not bad for 160 bucks. Holy crap. The bed leveling, like, I'm a bit of a numbskull. I don't even know that much about it, and I got the bed basically where it needs to be. I think it could be fine-tuned a little bit. If this part was smaller, you might have a little bit of issue with adhesion. But overall, I think this is a decent printer. It looks kind of like a Frankenstein monster of the 3D printing world with the cabling not tended to, but even the appearance of it's not that bad. If they would have molded these in something other than white, I think it wouldn't look that bad. The white's kind of ugly, but for 160 bucks, you can print your own damn end stops. Yeah, there is like, obviously if I grab a hold of this, there's basically no wobble in this. This is a pretty stable build platform, honestly. I don't really have any complaints about it, other than the extruder assembly. The extruder assembly, I think, is designed kind of in a stupid way. I'm worried about it not having an actual heat break with a heat sink to keep filament from getting molten in that steel tube. I don't know if that's actually going to be an issue or not. It might not be. I might be worrying about something that's never going to happen. But I am a little concerned about that. If you only knew someone who could paint them. I'm not painting these, man. But no, it's not bad. Like I said, I'm surprised. Pleasantly surprised. It's going to be funny. It's going to be funny after doing this if I end up like digging this printer and then am kind of, for whatever reason, I'm disappointed in the Wanhao. Because if the Wanhao is better than this, sign me up. I'm looking forward to it. Paint some tribal symbols. I'm not in a tribe. But alright guys, I'm gonna switch the cam over here. I am gonna let this print run. I'm gonna let it finish. Because I want to see how it prints out, and we're already kind of 20 minutes into this print or something. I don't know. It doesn't seem to have a timer on it for whatever reason. But no, it looks good. Everything looks good. So hopefully when I come back, this print's damn near finished. And like I said, about 15 minutes I'll be back. I just have to pick my daughter up. You get to see her cute little face when I get back. But no, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for bearing with me. Hopefully this video is useful. And I'll see you in a little bit. Move that god-awful tape. The tape is pretty damn ugly. And it looks less terrible on cam than it does in person. It is really wrinkly. So you're probably not going to get the best first layers on there. If you want to stay with that. But no, that doesn't look bad. Look at that freaking print, guys. All right, I'll be back. I'm afraid to step over the cord. Let's go under. All right, we're live. Everything's acceptable. Is that a chess piece or like a Go piece? Holy crap, there's 70 people watching. Okay, so we're back. I'm back. And as you can see, this is like a totally respectable print. My daughter's over there now. She's over in her little area. Let's take a look at that on the build plate, and I gotta adjust the focus here. That's not bad. That's not bad, guys. It's certainly not perfect, and this filament looks terrible because it kind of looks oily. But let's get this off this bed. We have some like ridiculous adhesion. That is not bad, guys. Holy hell. That is not bad. Like I said, this filament looks a little ugly, but if you actually just look at like how clean the extrusion is, that's not bad. See, the perimeters don't look bad. There's some tiny, tiny inconsistencies in that. But, man, for the first print off this machine, that's pretty fantastic. I mean, look at those internal perimeters and stuff. They're actually really clean. There's you can see on this, you could potentially use a little bit of Z-lift on a print like this so it's not dragging across there. It might be over extruding a tiny little bit. But overall, that's like not a bad print. I made it. It was almost exactly 15 minutes, too. I don't know if anybody noticed that. It was my prediction. Yeah, very, very good. Sorry, let me catch up on chat here. I guess there wasn't a whole lot going on. Carly, be careful here. Do you want to come over? You got to watch that cable. Come here. I scared her off. Next step to do, remove that god-awful white tape from the bed. Oh, that was like... Oh, I disconnected from chat? My chat messed up. Oh, oddly enough, okay... So my secondary chat application is actually still working, but my YouTube window here is unable to connect to the chat. There it goes. Okay, there we're back. Yeah, now I can see what you guys are saying. For a first print, it's ace. No, I agree. That's kind of crazy. I'm somewhat flabbergasted because there's so much room for improvement here. Like, we probably need to dial in our belt tensions. Probably a little room to dial in the belt tension on the y-axis also. This tape sucks, and you can kind of see how not ideal the tape is. See how it's kind of lumpy? It's because that tape's kind of lumpy. But look at that. For a first layer, that is not bad. For an actual literal first layer ever, that is not bad. And we basically took a single swing at leveling. I basically got it. I more or less eyeballed the rear. I didn't even use a sheet of paper. I just got it to where it looked about right. And you saw when I popped that off, we had pretty good adhesion. I know somebody said about printing directly to the aluminum. I don't have any experience with it. My plan really is to get a sheet of PEI. I actually have an extra sheet of PEI that I could throw in there. But yeah, holy hell, look at that print for a first print. Like I said, ignoring how kind of sickeningly glossy this PLA looks. That's not bad. Not bad. That's $160 well spent. I was kind of like ready to take one for the team on the Anet A8. Like I said, just to pick one up to do some videos on it and run it through its paces and see how much improvement we can make, like upgrading it and replacing some parts and stuff. But was not expecting this to be as good from the get-go as it is here. Joe Mike says that's what his hick top was like. Prints like a champ now. Please a greeting in Spanish language. Hola, señor. That's about the extent of my knowledge of Spanish. So if Nilla's going to stick PI directly, I don't know. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do. That might be a one-way journey. You might stick it on there and it never, ever comes off again. I really don't know how it handles that. So if you're considering doing that, you might want to wait and see if I do it, how that turns out. Because God only knows. It's a Chinese chess piece. I see. It is a cool little print. Just when somebody said chess piece, I wasn't expecting this. When I walked down in the basement here, I only saw like the side profile. I was like, oh God, it had a problem. Where's the top of that piece? But no, wow. I'm just like, obviously not speechless because I'm here running my gums, but isn't that Joel's favorite color? It might be. I don't mind blue. I just don't like this particular blue. I guess it is like the most blue color I have. I have some AIO like light blue here. I like this color. This color is really nice. But it's kind of like all the other AIO colors. It doesn't have that oily. This just looks kind of oily. Yeah, I don't know. But no, it looks like it's all up from here. Yeah, Earl, I'm like you. I was expecting like a knight or a rook or something, like a little castle. What's the name of the PLA? I don't actually know. Like I said, this came with the Trinus. It's Kodama Blue, and it's Poly Plus. Beyond that, it doesn't really say anything else. And it's on one of the mini Kodama rolls, which they're kind of cool little rolls. I think it's like a 250 gram roll. Help with the Z-axis binding. Like, just Galen, is it the plugs that go up here and act as a buffer? Because it's like that. I'll have to spend some time running the X-axis up and down and getting the width correct and actually locking it in with the set screws once I get it kind of adjusted. I think that's the biggest problem this has at the moment. I think all the other things are kind of trivial, like the belt tension, stuff like that. I need to tighten these back down. I need to get some grease and lubricate the threaded rod, stuff like that. Obviously, cable management. There's freaking cables everywhere. But I'm just happy that I'll be able to... I'm going to print some things tonight. I don't know long-term what I'm going to do for a build plate. At the very least, I'm going to peel this off. Probably have to get the adhesive off, because this yellow tape's famous for separating from the backing. And I have some 2-inch wide painter's tape somewhere. Some blue painter's tape. Oh, man, I don't have much of that left. Hopefully I have enough to put on the bed, but I'll probably print on this for a little while. Just to do some testing. PLA sticks to and releases from that stuff really nice. It's a bearing holder that clamps on the smooth rod, and the lead screw just turns in the bearing. Oh, I gotcha. But no, the Anet came with a sample. I threw it over there. I'm probably never going to use it. It came with like a natural looking PLA, but I'll probably never mess with it. On McNilla's printer farm. Someday, it is going to be... It's going to get crowded in here quick because I have the MK2, obviously. I have the Trinus that will probably be up and running in a week or two. As I mentioned before, like, the Trinus that I have now, I bought it used, and I have to print tethered as it stands now, and I don't have a build surface that works because it doesn't have the right build attachment on it. It has like the corrugated looking thing for the laser engraver. So I have to order a replacement, but they're not too bad, and I think I'm going to go ahead and order the heat bed replacement because I think it's like $20 for that kit. Which isn't too bad, I don't think. And it looks like it has manual adjustment on here, which after doing this, I don't think is that big of a deal. But the only thing that was a buzzkill in the Trinus is the LCD. That's like a $60 kit to get like a... It's not like this, but it's a touchscreen LCD to interface with it so you don't have to print tethered. But someone sent me a link that you can apparently do that with non-official LCDs and stuff, because I don't care about the touchscreen. Yeah, like Octoprint, something like that. Just I want some way to interface with the printer that's not through my freaking laptop or my desktop. That's like the worst. But I have that, so I'm going to end up using the Trinus a lot, I think. And then we'll have this, obviously, which I think is going to be a decent little printer for doing some of the things I have to do. Hell, you could buy one of these, print nothing but spinners on it, and probably pay for itself in a month. But yeah, then of course, whenever it finally gets here, I'll have the Wanhao. Because I need to rearrange things in here like big time. I assume I'm going to have the i3s lined up over here if I had to guess. Just because I don't feel like moving all my storage cabinets and stuff. That's what I was hoping, Warboy. Apparently it's not quite that simple. Yes, dear. There's something in there. Yeah, that's a spider, dear. Don't touch him. That's a basement dwelling spider. But yeah, hell, like LCDs like this are so cheap. It's kind of shocking. But I don't think it's quite as easy as that with the Trinus. So maybe that'll be the first opportunity for me to do like an Octoprint setup or something similar to that. Which would be cool. I don't care. Whatever it takes to be able to print from an SD or something without effing with it for too long. How long was it ordering? I got mine off GearBest. Like I said, the link's in the description for the one that I ordered with the US plug. It took about 3 days for them to actually ship it. But once it shipped, it was less than 24 hours. This was picked up by DHL yesterday morning. And now I'm sitting here with it assembled the next evening. That is mind-boggling to me. Or wait, what was it? I got it in the mail yesterday because whenever I did the stream yesterday, it was dropped off like moments before that. Like I immediately jumped on and was like, "Hey guys, here's this freaking printer." And I think it shipped the morning before that. That's right. So like ordered it a week ago about. Took 3 or 4 days for them to actually ship it and process the order, and then once it shipped, it was here in less than 24 hours. And then in less than 24 hours from then, I'm sitting here with it assembled. So pretty good turnover, really. Compared that to the Wanhao, that was ordered. I think the Wanhao was ordered like the same day, essentially, and they still haven't shipped it, and it's hard to tell exactly when that'll even ship, unfortunately. So hopefully it's not too damn long. Quality competes with the MK2. No. to be frank, no. It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't know if I have a print here that I've done with the MK2 recently. Like, here's this fan shroud, okay? here, we'll compare two prints. This was a print that I did recently on the MK2. And this thing is like flawless, basically. This is a fan shroud for the 30 to 40 millimeter fan upgrade. Just internal, externally, fantastic. Great print, even in black, which isn't super flattering sometimes. But you can see like the surface finish on that is pretty fantastic. And then this isn't bad, but you can see that there's some layer inconsistencies, especially when you feel it. Some of these layers don't line up perfectly. And then the top surface is not super pretty. Like I said, it looks like it's over extruding like a tiny little bit. But this, especially when, like, you can see some minor imperfections in it, but man, when you touch it, like, the finish is significantly different, significantly better. So no, it's not going to give you MK2 results. But man, if this is your first printer for 160 bucks, I think damn near anybody would be happy with this print I'm holding in my hand right now. That's I can't complain about that. That's not bad. It's never going to beat the MK2, the hot ends. Yeah, that's true. Zapal's right. The hot ends are like, this is Bush League, like at best. I kind of do hate the design of this extruder. It works. I can't really complain too much. It does work. This is not bad. You want to come over here? Just dip under this wire. Here. Come here. Oh. Well, my daughter's got to go pee, guys. So we're gonna have to call it for today. So throw an E3D. I do have I have an E3D light, a V6 light coming in that I'm going to try to put on this. Like I said, I'm going to get about 100 hours of printing as it sits, and then kind of go crazy with upgrades and stuff and see what we can do with it. But hopefully I like the V6 light, because I'm probably going to change the hot end on the Wanhao. I think it has a better hot end than this, so maybe I won't. I don't know. It depends on how it performs. You have an E3D and a Bowden. I don't want to go to a Bowden. I mean, maybe I do need to try one so I can get it out of my system, but... Hi, dude. The A8 is not a bad printer. I know an RC group that has 6 of them. No, they're solid. I think with a little bit of tweaking, even like the default setup without any additional money, I think will be serviceable. This doesn't... I don't even have belt tensioners or anything. Just like as is. Seems fine. But no, anyone that's interested, there's going to be a good bit more content on this thing as the journey continues, and we do some upgrades and tweaks. And like I said, I'm going to do a video about my thoughts about the build process and stuff. I'm going to look and see what I did wrong with the extruder and cover that in that video. She is here. And we'll do an after-the-fact video here in a couple days, and I'll share some thoughts. And like I said, I want to get a list together of things you need to watch out for. Carly, don't go up the steps. But, yeah, no, as always, thanks everybody for hanging out. I know this was a long stream. We're at 7 hours and 40 minutes today. I think that might be the longest one to date. So thanks for bearing with me. I don't know when I'll see you next. Anybody that's interested in the Friday community hangout, that will be somewhere tomorrow. I don't know where exactly. So watch out for that if you want to stop by and hang out. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, somewhere. You can find the Twitter group. It's hashtag F3DPH, something like that. Somebody will put it in chat. But yeah, I got to run. My daughter's got to pee. I got to eat. Haven't eaten all day. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time.